مزايا تستحقها لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا. نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك، لأن أحلامك تهمنا. نسير معك على درب النجاح، لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه. نقف إلى جانبك دائما، لأنك اخترت طريق التميز. حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها، لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا. نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق، لأن أحلامنا هنا نسير معا على درب النجاح، لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه يقف إلى جانبك دائما، لأنك اخترت طريقا تميز على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها، لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
You or Sheikh Ibrahim? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good morning to you all. On behalf of AAOIFI Secretariat, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of AAOIFI-IsDB 19th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference. We start the day by the MOU signing ceremony, and for that I would like to invite Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General of AAOIFI, to join us on stage. The pen? There is no better pen. The first MOU will be signed with Hijaz Institution of Australia, and I would like to invite Mr. Hakan Oziun, the Group CEO, to join us on stage. Thank you. The second MOU will be signed with Taif Digital Institute, UAE, and I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Diya-Uddin Siddiqui, the CEO, to join us on stage. We have a registration and training agreement to be signed with Qatmir Smart Management Consultancies in UAE. And for that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abdussalam Ismail to join us on stage. We have another registration and training agreement to be signed with the Institute of Banking Studies of Libya. I would like to invite Dr. Fathi Khalifa, the General Manager, to join us on stage. We have also a registration and training agreement to be signed with Muamalat Consulting of Uzbekistan. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Iskandar Torsonov, the founder and the CEO, to join us on stage. The last MOU will be signed with Pakistan Islamic Finance Professionals Association, and for that I would like to invite its president, Dr. Mughith Shawkat, to join us on stage, along with Vice Presidents Dr. Muhammad Bilal and Mr. Nadeem Asghar Ali. Cheers. Thank you, Brother Amar. Thank you all. This ends our signing or MOU signing ceremony. We will start, inshallah, the first session of the day which is Challenges in Conversion of Islamic Finance, Institutions and Economies. If you just allow us a few minutes to set up the stage, and then I'll call up the panelists of the session. So for the first session of the day, titled Challenges and Conversion of Islamic Finance, Institutions and Economies, I would like to invite the chairman of the session, Justice Dr. Sayyid Muhammad Anwar, Alim Judge of the Federal Sharia Court of Pakistan, to join us on stage. And for the panelists of the session, I would like to invite Mr. Yusuf Hussain, the President and CEO of Faisal Bank, to join us. The second panelist is Mr. Ahmed Yusuf Kadhim, the Manager in Banking and Supervision Department of the Central Bank of Iraq. And we also have Mr. Murad Abdel Hafiz, the Director of the Islamic Products and Services in Wahda Bank of Libya. I would like also to invite Dr. Mu'taz Abu Jib, the Director of Operations at IFAS Group, to join us. And finally, Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Salim, the Chief Policy Advisor, the Afghanistan Bank, Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan. The marks? Justice, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can hear my voice? No? Now it's okay.
आपको प्रेजेंटेशन है
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. The topic of today's panel, this panel will be challenges in conversion of Islamic finance. So I will request that we will remain limited to this focused topic. although we will discuss also
Voice they're saying. It's not.
voice.
आपने ये on किया. आपने.
Now you can hear? Okay. So the topic of today's panel is challenges in conversion of Islamic finance. The challenges of conversion from normal banking to the Islamic finance is everybody is going through it, even institution and some jurisdictions also. We often say that the conversion is a process. It is not an event. It's a continuous process. Whenever we change from one system to other, it will take some time and will face some challenges. In Pakistan, I would like to share the experience of Pakistan, because Pakistan is right at the moment is in the process of conversion from conventional banking and conventional financing to the Islamic banking completely. And it is very strange that when we talk about the Islamic financing, Pakistan was considered as the leading state to promote Islamic financing. The term of Islamic financing and Islamic banking started in Pakistan in 50s, but the real conversion is still underway. Why it took so long? The term Islamic financing and Islamic banking was alien before 1975 in the world. It started with the establishment of Islamic Development Bank and Dubai Bank. Then second phase or milestone in the evolution or development of, we all know that, comes with the establishment of AAOIFI in 1991. That was a major turning point for the world. Then lately, and rather recently in 2013, when multinational like World Bank and IMF, they started promoting the policies of inclusion towards Islamic finance. And that all happened due to the standard promoted by this organization, which is our host today, AAOIFI. The standardization is very crucial and core thing in conversion. It gives the process certainty and clarity which is required. So, when we decided to convert our economy in Pakistan, we took the guidance from Sharia. Sharia is a guidance, it gives us guidance in every direction, in every sphere of life. How? Because for gradualization, we got the guidance from Sharia, and the principle of Sharia, which is called, we all know, Tadarruj. We cannot eliminate riba by a magic wand. It will take time. And the question is, what is the reasonable time for conversion? Every jurisdiction, every institution has a different answer to it. As, for example, in Pakistan, we took the example of a bank, one of the premier bank. It decided to convert from conventional banking to the Islamic banking completely, and it took it 5 years. Luckily, we have the present president of that bank here with us as a panelist, Mr. Yusuf Hussain, President and CEO of Faisal Bank. So, taking that example, if one bank, one reasonably good bank can be converted from conventional banking to Islamic banking, why not other banks? From that example, we gave 5 years to all the other institutions to convert from normal banking to Islamic banking and Islamic financing. And Alhamdulillah, luckily, last month, on the basis of our decision, now our constitution, the date is now incorporated in the constitution of Pakistan that the banking sector of Pakistan should be converted to riba-free or converted to Islamic banking by 1st of January 2028. Alhamdulillah. Some other important principle from which we sought guidance from Sharia were: number one, fiqh al-waqi, that a scholar of Sharia must be aware of reality. What is going on around the world? What are the realities? It is the requirement of Sharia. Secondly, what we call it fiqhul ulawiyat, the priorities. When we are talking about conversion, we have to set the priorities. What should be converted first and second and third? Then the fiqh or Sharia gives us guidance through fiqhul ma'alat, the process, the jurisprudence of consequences. If we take any step, what will be its consequence? We have to consider that also in mind. So these are the guiding principle which our religion gives us, Islamic jurisprudence gives us. And obviously, as I said earlier, the tadreej, the graduality. Serious steps cannot be taken suddenly. It will take time. So, with this background, let me introduce the panelists. First of all, we have Mr. Yusuf Hussain, President and CEO of Faisal Bank. Then Mr. Yusuf Khadim, who is Manager in Banking Supervision Department, Central Bank of Iraq. Then we have, mashallah, Murad Abdul Hafiz from Wahda Bank, Libya. Then a young consultant from Bahrain, Motiz Al-Wajib. He is from Bahrain and UK. And then we have very honorable guest from Speaker Muhammad Yusuf Salim, who is Chief Policy Advisor in Afghanistan Central Bank of Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan. Mashallah, he is here. And it reminds me yesterday's speech of Governor of State Bank of Afghanistan. He pointed out in his speech very important point, that when we talk about ecosystem of Muslim economies, then he pointed out the importance of Islamic social finance. First, it has precedence over Islamic commercial finance. Yes, Islamic commercial finance is important, but major thing is Islamic social finance, sadaqat and zakat. We have to regulate that. We have to make them, all these social financing which Islam gives, into the mainstream. So he rightly pointed out that. So it is the whole picture, it comes first, social finance comes first, and commercial finance comes last, and elimination of riba is though important. It is the important thing, but it is one little thing in Islamic in Islamic commercial finance. Another thing is equally important to eliminate is gharar. It is also important. We will talk about it when we talk in the discussion regarding the fintech thing. So let me first come to request Mr. Yusuf Hussain Saab, share us with your experience of conversion of a bank from conventional to Islamic bank, completely, which happened successfully under your able, intelligent leadership. Yeah, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Justice Saab, and thank you very much, AAOIFI, to enable me to gather in front of such an august audience. So I just, as Justice Saab said, that our country really is at the cusp. We have 6 pure Islamic banks, and we have windows in over 20 banks. But the challenge really is to convert the entire financial system into a Sharia compliant system. So we are moving towards that. So Faisal Bank, I always term this, it is, in Urdu we call it irade se takmeel tak, and in English we will call it from dream to reality. So it took us almost 5-6 years. We converted from a conventional bank to an Islamic bank beginning of last year. But actually the thought process was much before that, but unfortunately it could not get steam in the earlier days because we really did not know how to move about it. So it was the last 5 years before 2023 that the real action happened. So Justice Saab has already told you about the background, what is happening in Pakistan. So hopefully, inshallah, in the next 2-3 years, the whole world will see the difference. And I think this is the right approach. Equally important is the social fabric that you talked about, Justice Saab, and our friends from Afghanistan also spoke about it. So we call it a journey of faith and belief, because you plan for something and we plan for so many things. And then actually it's the Almighty who actually makes it a success. And whatever you may call it, but there were times when we did not have a clue what to do. And it was actually the intent, the good intent that we had, which really carried us forward. So it is regarded the world's largest global transformation of a conventional bank to an Islamic bank because of its size, scale, and complexity. Today, what is Faisal Bank? It has almost 850 branches as of end of 2024, inshallah, 220 cities, 2 million customers, widest range of Islamic products, 9,000 plus employees transformed, mentally transformed to earn rizq-e-halal. So these are all motivated human beings who actually believe in the cause that the economy has to be riba-free and they have to sort of be the change agents. Where did we get the inspiration from? It is actually from this ayat, Ihdina Siratul Mustaqim, guide us on the straight path. You know, and in life as well, this is what it is. We are all accountable for our own deeds, and we are all accountable for what we do as individuals. And what a change it has been for all our employees if because they have started thinking like that. So I think this is equally important, that how do people who are working in an organization think about the transformation. What did we do? So we redefined our core values, and these core values are driven from the Islamic principles. Faith and belief, teamwork, integrity, we call it imanat or sadaqat. So this is directly from our Prophet's life, amanat and sadaqat. And then care, which is so much important in Islam. It's not about the care, internal care, but it's about customer care, it's care for the society. It's care all around. and innovation. Look at our history. We've lost paths, but we were pioneers as a combined nation of Muslims for so many hundreds of years. So it has been a journey of faith and belief, commitment and dedication, supported by, of course, our sponsors, the board of directors, firm belief and enablement that this is the right way to move forward. State Bank of Pakistan, there's nobody from State Bank, but they were really hand in glove with us because everybody saw this as a challenge and everybody wanted it to be successful. Sharia board and scholars, I mean, all of the people sitting over here, internationally and locally, Mr. Nizam Yaqubi, I mean, people like him, he really helped us in various issues, how to transform, what to do and what not to do. Dr. Ishrat is sitting over here. He's our ex-governor and he has been a pioneer in terms of putting out the entire framework for Islamic banking. He was such a great help. Our peers, regulators, everybody helped. So it was really a partnership approach. Employees, we've already spoken about it. Customers, surprising. I mean, 1.5 million customers adopting to Islamic banking and welcoming it, in fact. When we started, we thought that we'll lose about 25 to 30% of our deposits because people are not going to adapt to Islamic banking. They don't understand it. Awareness was a problem. Surprisingly, everybody sort of welcomed it, everybody adhered to it, everybody adopted it. So I can only remember a few dissensions where people objected that they don't want Islamic banking. It was such a pleasant surprise because it was all divine help. So how did we do it mechanically? The first guiding principle was that it has to be a responsible conversion. and Justice Saab spoke about it, the number of years required, stakeholder value protection. And who are the stakeholders? Customers, sponsors, regulatory compliance, commercial considerations. I mean, this is a foreign-owned bank. We did not really want to lose the momentum on the commercial side, so it was carefully planned. Employee care. Employees are the change agents. So we ensure their motivation and commitment. Internal communications, extremely important. So it was a milestone-based approach, transformation plus growth. We expanded as well. So it was sort of a double journey. We had to convert and we wanted to expand as well. So from almost 400 branches when we started, we reached 845 today, but when we converted, we were over 700. So we already spoke about the board commitment and supervision. Leadership doesn't happen like this. It's not a bottom-up approach. It's a top-down approach. So I couldn't run it myself. We had to have a like-minded senior with commitment to the cause and responsibility of mindset transformation. So with such a large bank with so many thousands of people, it cannot happen without the mindset transformation. So we had an empowered conversion head, sales discipline, stop conventional business, all new business is Islamic. So you really had to take a leap of faith in many ways. And the barakah was always there. So conversion approach was to build momentum, what can be done rather than what cannot be done. So quick wins were focused upon and strict to the agreed timelines. So you had to discipline the entire thing. And the sense of pride that we were able to actually instill in the employees that they were actually doing the right thing. I think that was absolutely critical. So initiating the transformation, I mean, like all other transformations, there was a 5-year corporate strategy, and then there was this Islamic business transformation plan, which was really a part of the entire strategy. So the phase 1 really was, before we hit the market, it was really an inward-looking approach. It said that we had to look at products, systems, processes, policies, employee training, upskilling them, retooling them, talent acquisition. So that is a major problem in all the markets, that there is no talent available. So that was important. And the brand transformation. How do you convert from a conventional bank to an Islamic bank? So that was a major challenge. And then employee communications, we already spoke about it. And then the actual action in the last 3 years started. So it was a phased product rollout with geographic conversion, milestone-driven execution, continuous stakeholder engagement. It was an asset-led strategy, because in Pakistan, like in most countries, there's a problem of quality assets. Because the Islamic market is like 20-25% of the total market. So you have to find Islamic assets before you actually converted the deposits. Otherwise, the Islamic deposits cannot be deployed anywhere. So it was a carefully sort of planned transformation. Human mindset, the true game changers, and I cannot emphasize it enough. So I still remember when we told our employees, so some of them were excited, some were skeptical because they weren't trained, they were not motivated. So what we told them about was that end of the day, so Allah says in the Quran that you will be tested through your children and through mal. So everybody is accountable for his own personal financial management system. And we said to them that, look, what are you taking home? So you have to basically remove impurity from your own life, and you have to basically transform your own life first, make your risk as risk halal. So you know that really worked, and that will work everywhere with every Muslim, because end of the day that's the reality. So the personal mindset transformation played really magic in this entire thing. So they became the change agents, and they converted 1.5 million customers without a blip. So I think in any transformation that will really play a key role. Leadership at the top, bringing it down, engaging people, converting their mindsets. And obviously you have to equip them, you have to make them aware of what the products are like, and so when they're sitting in branches, they actually know what they're talking about, also in terms of faith and in terms of the actual products. So it's not the faith alone doesn't work. You have to have enabling products, enabling environment, customer care. So all these were done through these change agents. Then brand and perception management. So you are a leading brand in terms of conventional banking. How do you transform? So for many years, we actually ran two fascias, and then slowly but surely we transformed as the branches converted. They were the fascias also, and the brand was also changed. So customer conversion through conviction and education. So what worked for our employees worked for the customers as well, because it's a 98% population in Pakistan is Muslim. So post-conversion, recognition as an Islamic bank, how do you do that? So you have to advertise, you have to hammer it in, you have to take part in the activities, what are happening around you, your CSR initiatives, utilizing the charity that is there in Islamic banking for the best cause. So engagement, that was very important. And this is really what happened. So Alhamdulillah, from almost 32 billion at the end of 2015, so it's over ₹1 trillion in terms of deposits. So you can see the growth, you can see what happened after conversion as well in the last 2 years. So this is the financing, and again, from 20 billion, we grew to 580 billion. So this is what happened. What are the challenges? Justice Saab talked about Pakistan. So I would assume that these would be pretty much generic. These would be the challenges everywhere. So there's requirement on legal reforms, taxation, and then regulatory and supervisory reforms, awareness and capacity building. So many people know about Islamic banking, but they don't know what are the principles behind Islamic banking. How is it working? And most people, they make a joke about it, that it's the same thing. So one really needs, as an industry, we really need to sort of make them aware that what is it all about? And it's not the end result. It's actually the means and the ways you actually conduct your business. How is it more ethical than others? So that, I think, really needs to be communicated. So academia has to be engaged, and at the education level, things have to change. So again, I'm sure our friends at AAOIFI are doing it, but there is a challenge in terms of the local adoption of the AAOIFI standards. With the coordination with the government and other stakeholders, very, very important. So in Pakistan, luckily for us, after the Federal Shariat Court decision, the State Bank is very serious, and they're leading this change. Global challenges, I would say, almost pretty much similar. But I would urge that I think the coordination and the communication between the global players and the global central banks and the global banks has to really be increased. We have to collectively work for sort of the specialized systems and connectivity with other global networks. So that is a major challenge that we faced, that our core banking system was not really there. So, and I would assume that that would really be a problem. So all these larger companies which supply the core banking systems, vendors, they need to be sort of asked as a collective body that they should have something standardized. Then this cross-fertilization of ideas that really needs to sort of happen. And more of these conferences in more countries need to take place. So we already spoke about public awareness. So, the fragmented standards, AAOIFI versus IFRS 9, it should really be worked upon with these organizations like IFRS 9 standards, that how do we sort of embed the Islamic standardization gaps. So, my friends, it has really been a journey and a half what we are doing in Pakistan. And the bank, including myself, we are all available to assist you in any which way possible. Our friends who really want to convert, who really want to transform, so it has to come from within. It cannot happen, it's not a mechanical process. You have to really sort of believe in the cause, you have to plan for it, and then it will happen. And the concept of barakah and Allah's support, the non-Muslims don't understand it. All of us do, and that really plays in the success. And if we plan for this good cause, inshallah ta'ala, Allah will help you. So we will continue to work on increasing awareness in Pakistan, and all of us really need to do this. We talked about cross-geographical and product knowledge sharing. AAOIFI role for product standardization all across the world has to be there, and lobbying with the government to amend the laws and the regulations. So I think a collective forum can really play a role in that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
MashaAllah. Thank you very much, Yusuf, for such a thorough and wonderful presentation. And you rightly pointed out that it all depends on faith and niyyah. Iman wa niyyah. This is the core force behind conversion. One must say that. And yes, you also rightly pointed out that we need to modify the standards of AAOIFI according to our own markets. And we are doing that. And then thirdly, you rightly pointed out another thing, that it was fear of unknown in your employees and not the customers, but the regulators, in government. It is the fear of unknown that we normally hear, that the economic system will be disrupted, which is not true. The truth is other way around. It brings more, because it has market demand towards Islamic financing and Islamic banking. So it will promote and boost. In Pakistan, our economy is not in a good shape. But our banking sector, the growth of banking sector for the last year is more than 100%. More than 100%. So it is one sign for that. Now I will request Mr. Yusuf Hussain, Mr. Ahmed Yusuf Khadim, who is manager in Banking Supervision Department, Central Bank of Iraq. Yusuf, it is very common name in our panel. It is very beautiful. There are 3 Yusufs, mashallah. So Yusuf Ahmed Saab, please. And I request, so if you keep consideration of time in mind, and please.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First of all, I am so happy to be here in the Kingdom of Bahrain and the first time to attend one of the IOFI meetings. It's an honor to me. If you allow me to speak about one of the main topics of this panel, it's enhancing of financial inclusion and innovation through the adoption of Islamic fintech solution. So, next slide. You prefer I stand here? Or?
It should.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay. No, comfortable. Okay. Next slide. The role of financial inclusion in achieving financial goals. Sorry. Oh. When I move to slide to other from here. Moving from slide to other. From here. Okay. Of course, the role of financial inclusion in achieving financial goals has become so clear. The financial inclusion, sorry, I return back. Financial inclusion aims to promote social equality, promote economic development by pulling individual saving, reduce poverty by providing soft loans or simple loans, as we say, to individuals. Also, improve the standard of living and enhancing government effort to alleviate the effects of poverty and innovation or renewal through encouraging technical and institutional innovation as a means of expanding access financial services, improving infrastructure. Also, this we talked about. Diversification, which is achieved through implementing policy enhancing competition. Knowledge, by providing a sufficient data to create usage policy based on measurement tools for both the regulators and the providers of financial services. By adopting a policy and legislation that is proportionate to the risk related to innovation. Protection, this is done by following a comprehensive approach to protect consumer of financial services, eliminate financial illiteracy. Working to encourage partnership and consultation between the government and the financial sector. The fintech. Of course, the weak financial inclusion and financial illiteracy affect providing financial services quickly and in the lowest cost. This can be addressed by technological innovation that provide advanced services and products in the financial sector. Well, the concept of financial technology include using digital technology to access the service, supporting joint operation between customers and financial institutions, combining financial knowledge and technological skills, achieving the transition of financial services from traditional to more advanced level. The importance of financial technology is evident in that it is a tool capable of improving financial efficiency by improving operational efficiency. The importance of innovation is technically possible in financial services, which is produce a new business model. This can be done by coverage a greater number of financial services, changing the structure of financial services provided in general. It's work to improve the quality of financial service provided to be available and accessible at any time and any place. The features of financial technology or the fintech. The accessibility for all users, flexibility and affordability, customer-based design, and this is the important thing, that I design a product or service based on the customer. Speed and efficiency. Data policy. The policy can improve the products and services provided to customers and allow business owners to make a better decision. Areas of financial technology. Of course, fintech has significant impacts on all aspects of financial services, from investment to payments to credits, making financial services more efficient and easier. One of the most important sectors that are adopting the field of financial technology are banking services. Financial technology is evident, personal finance, payments, lending, securing investment, and this is important. Financial technology contributes the speed of securing investment through the products with innovation solution. Digital distribution platforms. Also, assets and wealth management, a set of financial services provided by financial institutions to clients, which may include financial planning, investment, portfolio management, and private bank services. In general, this management consists of the following elements: distribution, consulting and advice, automated advisor, portfolio management.
Sir, we are short of time, if you kindly.
Sorry?
We are short of time.
Okay.
So if you kindly, if possible.
Okay. Financial transaction, financial inclusion. Sorry. Let's move. Now, I see this more important item to focus, the social responsibility of Islamic banks. Social responsibility is a set of voluntary actions carried out by the company in addition to legal compliance, such as charitable work and corporate governance. It's a voluntary work. Social responsibility reflects the moral commitment to institutions towards various parties. Social responsibility should be characterized by continuity and development. Social responsibilities is a part of standards of corporate governance and can enhance well-being society. Social responsibility in Islamic banks is defined as a moral and devotional commitment by which those in charge in managing Islamic banks contribute for forming, improving, and protecting the welfare of society and caring for the social interests and goals of its member with the aim of pleasing God. Financial transaction in Islamic banks play a role in social responsibilities in terms of prohibition of usury or riba, and also the nature of Islamic financial instruction. Financial transaction Islamic banks play a role in social responsibility. It's responsible towards their members, it's responsible toward their depositors, responsible towards the surrounding environment. The Islamic deals will contribute to covering the aspects of responsibility if the effect of Al-Qard al-Hasan, al-Zakat are directed and clearly indicate the Islamic bank's practices of its social responsibilities. The use of financial technology by Islamic banks through a set of new digital services in the field of financial information, such as planning, consulting, and supporting operation between banks and their customers through the use of financial technology. The advantage of innovation, digital financial technology, and most important challenges of their adoptions. Speed and ease the money transfer services. Redeploy
If you go to the Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah number 261, until the ayah number 253. The Quran first starts with the infaq. From ayah number 261. الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله كمثل حبة أنبتت سبع سنابل. Then we have a series of verses on sadaqat, on infaq. After that comes the riba discussion. And the few next verses deal with the prohibition of riba. Then comes the deferred sale, the verses. The 9 ayah, the longest verse in the Quran, and then the ayah number 253 on the Rahan, securitization, collateral issues. So these are the three main components of the Islamic financial system. Sadaqat, the prohibition of riba, and the deferred sale contracts. And we should have institutions that cater for these three. So the waqf and zakat, as mentioned by His Excellency the Governor yesterday, that deals with zakat, waqf, infaq institutions. We have to institutionalize this. Now, the challenge in front of us is the prohibition of riba and establishing institutions that really are involved in credit sale. Bay'a is a system. Bay'a is not confined to, at least in my opinion, Bay'a is not confined to sale. It includes sale, purchase, musharaka, mudaraba, with due respect to you. But my own opinion is this, because once a seller wants to sell something, he may produce the thing itself. He himself may produce the thing, or he may purchase the thing and sell. Now he may join others to purchase the things, and this is musharaka. And others may give him credit, the principal, and this is the mudaraba. So I think the bay'a system includes all. Now the challenge is how to establish bay'a-based institutions and how to convert conventional loan-based institutions to bay'a-based institutions. And this is our challenge. Alhamdulillah, with the coming of the Islamic Emirate in Afghanistan in 2021, there is the political will to Islamize the financial system. But this Islamization of the financial institutions must not be only in form, in name. As we know, the current interest-based financial institutions are meant to cater for loans. Taking deposit based on loan and giving fund to others based on loan contract. If you want to change that, to convert that to a bay'a-based institution that takes deposit based on mudaraba, investment account holders, and then channel the fund to others based on other forms of bay'a like musharaka and mudaraba or murabaha itself, then this is the big challenge. Of course, this challenge means how to distribute profit between the shareholders and the investment account holders. In my opinion, if investment account holders receive the same amount a profit that they receive in conventional banking, then the people will not be able to see the true benefit of Islamic banking and finance. Investment account holders must receive at least a comparable return to that of the shareholders. And this is how we can call the institution in substance an Islamic Sharia-compliant financial institutions. So during the conversion process that we have undertaken now, of course the changes are now also being taken. It's a process. We faced some challenges. First, the challenges in the legal and regulatory framework. Before that, we had two sets of legal and regulatory frameworks, one for the conventional banks, another for the Islamic banks. And also at the central bank, we had two sets of regulations, one for conventional banks, another for Islamic banks. So this was a challenge for us, how to Islamize them. So we have started the process of amending the law itself. Both laws are being amended now in the process of amendment. And also we have told the banks to undertake the process of revising their policies, their procedures, their guidelines, their products, to make them Sharia compliant. Alhamdulillah, those banks that had Islamic banking windows had little problems because they already had the structure, the Sharia department, the Sharia board, the products, the policies, and the guidelines. They only needed to expand. Of course, with the prohibition of interest-based loans, it was much easier for them to expand because the conventional side was gradually decreasing, is also now decreasing. So the Islamic side is gradually increasing. The challenge was greater for those Islamic banks, or those conventional banks, that did not have the window. They have to start from zero, establish Sharia board, Sharia department, and come up with the policies. The next type of challenge we faced was on the asset side of the banks. How to convert interest-based loans to musharaka and mudaraba and murabaha, and what methodology should be used. Of course, there was also the tawarruq methodology for bulk conversion. There were also some fiqhi problems with the tawarruq mechanism. For the musharaka and mudaraba, we had also problems of the customer may not have an asset to sell to the bank or to become partner in musharaka process. So there were some problems also in this case. To add to these problems, some of the customers refused to pay their installments, arguing that interest is prohibited, so therefore we are not going to pay, and therefore they went to the court, and the legal process has started. That also takes a lot of time. On the depository side, on the liability side, the problems were relatively few. We could easily convert the current accounts into card-based contracts, accounts, and also the introducing a mudaraba investment account to the customers, which was relatively easy. Of course, that was not a problem. However, banks had also corresponding banking relations with other banks, nostro accounts, investments in bonds that may take some time to convert to Sharia compliant sukuk. We also had a challenge in the migration of the institutional structure from window to the full-fledged Islamic banks to avoid duplications and overlapping. And so therefore, those banks that had windows, they had little problems because they had trained, skilled employees, which make it easier. For your information, we have the two-tier Sharia boards, one at the central bank Sharia board, another at the individual banks that Sharia boards exist. Our big problem is, of course, the IT system. That is a problem. Our banks are trying to solve the problems, inshallah. And then capacity building, it's an ongoing process. We have made it mandatory for the Islamic banks so that the key position holders must have certifications from IUFI and from other internationally well-recognized and established institutions. I think I should not take much more of your time. That's, I think. Thanks very much for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf Salim Saab. You rightly pointed out the importance of positive duties of promoting infaq and sadaqat in the economic system of halal economic Muslim economies. And if you go through the ma'ayir of IOFI, one of the volume contains the debate behind the formulation of one standard. That is very important. You pointed out the issue of tawarruq and etc. So they all were resolved and discussed at least very openly. And it is now documented in that. And that will help you out. And if you need any other help, I think Yusuf Saab offered his help. If you need, there are other banks also, very good bank, Islamic bank, they are running in Pakistan. So you can share their experience in Afghanistan also. Now I would request our member, panelist from Libya, Wada Bank, Mr. Murad Abdul Hafiz. Sir, please.
السلام عليكم. سأتحدث باللغة العربية. النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: البخيل من كنت عنده ولم يصلي عليه. صلوا على رسول الله الهداية. بداية نقول الحمد لله العزيز الجبار القوي القهار المصمد والسلام على النبي المختار. نحن ليبيا شعب ضياء، شعب إكرام وترحيب، ووجب علي حضوري في هذه القاعة أن أرحب بكل الحضور الكريم حقيقة، لكن ترحيبنا دائما تختلف، فأرحب بكم باللغة العامية فأقول إشحالكم وإشنخطاق وإشحال جد دويكم الدوا ميار خلفة ميار جدويكم ريت فيكم الدوا فات سيدي المختار وما حد يزايد عليك. وأرحب بكم باللغة العربية وأقول أهلا وسهلا والسلام عليكم وتحية مني تزف إليكم. ما أجمل الدنيا بكم، لا تقبح الدنيا وفيها أنتم. إجابة على السؤال، التحديات التي تواجه المصارف داخل دولة ليبيا ولنا تجربة في بنك الوحدة. كما يعلم الجميع أن المصارف تعد الركيزة الأساسية للدولة الليبية ولها دور كبير في عمليات التمويل وفي عمليات الاستثمار وكل العمليات المصرفية المتعددة بمختلف أنواعها وأشكالها. فيما يخص السؤال حول التحديات التي تواجه المصارف في ليبيا والتي واجهتنا احنا كمصرف وحده، حقيقة اتضح من خلال الدراسات التي أجريت داخل الجامعات الليبية ومن خلال التجربة التي احنا درسناها كمصرف وحده أنه من الصعب جدا الانتقال من مصرف تقليدي إلى مصرف سالم. لكن اتضح أيضا أنه بهمم الشباب وبهمم الرجال لا شيء اسمه صعب أو سهل، شيء اسمه سهل. ليش احنا وجهتنا الصعوبات؟ لأن هناك حقيقة يعني عديد العوامل والمؤشرات اللي تأثر في إمكانية تحول المصارف التقليدية إلى مصارف إسلامية، وهالعواقب هذه هي مرتبطة بالتشريعات داخل الدولة الليبية، أيضا مرتبطة بالمصارف التقليدية والقوانين اللي مرتبطة بالدولة. حقيقة في سنة 2013 قامت الدولة الليبية بإصدار القانون رقم 1 سنة 2013 بشأن تحريم كل المعاملات الربوية داخل الدولة الليبية. قبل هذا القانون كانت هناك عدة مناشير وعدة قوانين صادرة من البنك المركزي ومن السلطة التشريعية في ليبيا. أذكر منها على سبيل المثال المشروع رقم 9 لسنة 2009، كذلك المشروع رقم 9 لسنة 2010، إلى أن وصلنا إلى سنة 2012 صدر قرار من السيد محافظ مصرف ليبيا المركزي بشأن تكوين لجنة استشارية تمارس مهام السيرة الإسلامية. وكان من ضمن أعمال اللجنة هذه هي تعديل القانون رقم 1 لسنة 2005 الذي ينظم عمل المصارف داخل الدولة الليبية. حقيقة من صدور القانون رقم 1 لسنة 2013 كان بالنسبة لنا نحن لدينا العمل الإسلامي كان بمثابة النور، يعني بأمانة وبكل صدق أن نحن ننتقل من المصارف التقليدية إلى المصارف الإسلامية. فبدأنا بالخطوات الأولى، لكن كانت هناك عوائق، وسأختصر إلى أريد أن أضيف أختصر 3 عوائق واجهتنا أن كمصرف وحدة أو كمصارف تجارية بصفة عامة في ليبيا. أول شيء واجهنا وهو القانون، ثاني شيء الجوانب الإدارية، ثالث شيء كانت فيه جوانب عامة. سأتحدث باختصار عن هذه الثلاث. بالنسبة للنقطة الأولى اللي كانت عائق كمصرف وحدة وهي الأمور القانونية. لا شك أن المصارف بالفعل تخضع القوانين والتشريعات داخل الدولة، كذلك المصارف يعني ناشئة بالقرارات والمناشير الصادرة عن البنك المركزي، لأنه هو الذي ينظم ويشرف ويراقب على عملية عمل هذه المصارف. فوجب علينا نحن كمصارف تجارية وكمصارف وحدة أن نلتزم بكل المناشير الصادرة عن البنك المركزي والتي تتيح لنا الانتقال من مصرف تقليدي إلى مصرف إسلامي. حقيقة مصرف ليبيا المركزي ألزم المصارف بأن تتبع بعض المتطلبات لكي تتحول من مصرف تقليدي إلى مصرف إسلامي. أول شيء طلب مصرف ليبيا هو ضروري يكون هناك قرار صادر من الجمعية العمومية للمصرف التقليدي بأن يتم التحول إلى مصرف إسلامي، ويجب أن ينص صراحة على الانتقال من مصرف تقليدي إلى مصرف إسلامي، وأن تكون جميع أحكامه متوافقة مع أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية. النقطة الثانية يجب أن يتم تحديد اسم المصرف في عقد التأسيس، مما يدل على الأنشطة التي يمارسها المصرف الإسلامي الجديد، سواء المعدلة أو العمليات الجديدة. كذلك الحصول على الموافقات الرسمية أيضا من مصرف ليبيا المركزي وتكون معتمدة من قبل الجمعية العمومية. أيضا وضع خطة زمنية لعملية الانتقال ويكون فيها متضمن تقييم ماليا وفنيا، تعديل أيضا الهيكل التنظيمي حتى هو من ضمن الأشياء اللي شرط علينا أن كمصرف ليبيا المركزي.
Sheikh, sorry to interrupt you. We are already running out of time, and so if you can kindly finish it. We have to call next very shortly. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I will request Mr. Mutaz Awab, who is consultant. Please come and please be brief. We are already short of time. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. جزاكم الله خير. Thank you very much, and please allow me to also express my thanks to AAOIFI-IsDB for organizing this lovely event. I will be inshallah very short and concise. I'll try my best. What I will be trying here to do is more of give an overview of the work streams that usually involved in the conversion process. Just that will allow us to appreciate the challenges and the opportunities. So this is how it looks like. This is, of course, I just put them, put the key tasks basically in my own words, in my own classification, just to make things simpler. So basically, usually the conversion starts with like what I'm calling it here, the pre-conversion strategy and structural setup, where we need to have this, start the whole process with feasibility study, business plan. We need to introduce some, of course, we will need to have the board resolution, amendments to the bylaws, and all of this. So what I can highlight here is maybe two things here. The importance of having a leadership, which I'm very glad that, Mr. CEO of Faisal Bank highlighted, that, it's very crucial. You'll need really to have a dedicated team and someone who is well averse with the conventional bank, because initially he will be dealing with a conventional bank, but as well as he need to be have the knowledge and expertise in Islamic finance to lead the conversion, and that's very crucial. So that choosing the conversion team is pretty much crucial to this process. What we have seen sometimes that the conversion team, they will involve other departments as they progress. And then they will face challenges when it comes to certain departments. So for example, they go to the treasury at a certain point of the conversion plan. And without involving them right from the beginning, what will happen that they will discover new issues. This is why it's very crucial, in my opinion, and through our experience as a consultancy, international consultancy firms, worked with several banks around the world, that you need to have a coordination mechanism right from the beginning. You need to have a cross-functional, departments committees, so you can involve everyone in the process, because it is really comprehensive process. Of course, then you will need to deal with the licensing, regulatory compliance, and there are a lot of details in this, but I don't think we have the time, so I will just skip this and go to the next, which usually promoted as the first step of the conversion process, though it is really not. All the planning is really part and parcel of the process. However, a key work stream is to look into the Sharia governance framework. There will be a need to have a Sharia committee, terms and reference, the appointment, and as soon as you engage the Sharia board members, it will be easier on the process, because ultimately they will approve the products. So as soon as you get this into place, you set up, you develop, you tailor your Sharia governance framework, setting up the Sharia compliance function, the Sharia audit functions. As soon as you start this process, as much the conversion, it would go smoother. Then the next, or usually a key work stream, is when you look to the product development, as well as the asset and liability conversion. So it starts usually with having the new Sharia compliant products. You need to look into the assets and liabilities and carefully start this process. And it's not only about having Sharia compliant structures. You need to develop the manuals, update the policies, procedures, and all aspects. Once you have this, you run your new products, you need to look to your portfolio. And here you need to do the conversion of the existing assets and liabilities. And here really the legal frameworks play a big role in this. So for example, in jurisdictions where deemed acceptance is legally recognized, you might be able to do a portfolio conversion, which means that, in one shot, or, you divide it into several components, but basically you will be able, for example, to send a notice to all your customers saying, okay, dear depositors, this is how we are doing. Your conventional deposits will be converted in this way, and will be the new terms. And by that, it's enough. But sometimes, in some jurisdictions, deemed acceptance might not be enough, for example, for a financing, especially if it is long-term financing, not maturing yet. So you need to have the consent of the customers, and there where the complexity will start. And then you might need to do it at individual level, which will put a lot of pressure and make the process of the conversion longer. And so this is among the challenges, key challenges usually within the process. Of course, then you will need to look to the investment treasury, financial management. And again, it's not really about theory, right? We have, theoretically speaking, we have a lot of solutions, but you need really to have a Sharia-compliant investment alternatives and liquidity instruments. And this is where, you know, the responsibility of everyone, because it's not really just the team of the bank that they can do this conversion. The market needs to have a certain liquidity instruments, Sharia-compliant liquidity instruments, so you can succeed in this process. So of course, then, you know, that does not stop. Then next, you need to look into the financial reporting, core banking system, IT systems. And in fact, it's not really next. All these work streams, some of these work streams, they need to come simultaneously, right? So we cannot really wait for, you know, work on one stream and ignore others. But however, just for the sake of presentations, we are putting them is like in the sequence. So however, this here, when we look to the systems, what I can share, you know, it has been highlighted that it's a key challenge. You need to answer because several questions on the choice of the core banking system. Do you continue with your conventional, traditional core system and you bring a new module, or you alter the module that you have to accommodate for Islamic finance, or you bring a new core banking system? And here I would link it to an opportunity, because there was a huge development in this core banking system environment. Now there are a new core banking systems. They are really customizable, and they are, I would say, similar to Lego. They are really customizable components that you pick and choose, and you can use this opportunity to go to, I would say, a more of advanced core banking systems. And then here I put it like a key work streams, because I believe it is a core working stream. This is where you need to have the stakeholders engagement, the brand positioning and talent development. And I was very glad to hear from those who went into the experience of conversion to highlight this, that conversion, as believe it or not, as much as technically challenging, the most challenging part of it is deal with the human, is the cultural transformation. It's a mindset change. That's a key, because you need to get the buy-in of everyone within the institutions and all stakeholders. So you need really to work around this, and you need right from the beginning start engaging everyone in this and have this kind of cultural change, the value-driven change. And then, of course, whatever we do, you know, there will be some kind of residual conventional issues. You will have some kind of challenges in converting some of the assets and liabilities. So you need to put some kind of mechanism to phase out the unconvertible conventional assets or liabilities, you know, the disposal of the non-compliant assets, and, you know, purification process. And that will take time. So what we can, you know, see at the end, like, you know, the conversion is a tedious process. It takes time. And definitely this needs to be a well-organized, a well-planned process, and it needs to be well-coordinated, right? So, and it shall be well-supported, not only by the staff of the bank, but also by the shareholders and, of course, the regulators. And maybe in just 1 minute, you know, without taking much of time, just here on the regulatory approach, it's very crucial to have the support of the regulator. Because what we have seen that, you know, in some Muslim majority countries, there is no conversion framework, regulatory framework. And that makes hard for the banks to figure out the way how they can do it, especially during this phase. Because remember that, you know, it will take like 3 years. This bank is neither a pure conventional bank, not yet also an Islamic bank. So it needs to have a special consideration, right? So some countries, they have developed conversion regulatory framework that helps. But I can see that, you know, sometimes we have seen cases where it's easier, for example, to convert a bank in a single licensing environment like UK, because basically you don't need to apply for a new license, while it would be harder in jurisdictions where it is dual licensing, you know, environment. And that, you know, contradict the aim and the objective that we have. Usually we have the Islamic banking regulatory framework to support and enable the growth. So we need to really rethink about the regulatory approach, maybe consider a milestone conversion approach, regulatory approach, where we can allow the banks to, as far as they ceased offering the conventional products, they started, the conversion, had the purification plan, then maybe we give them a provisional, license of Islamic banks, allow them to start promoting themselves as Islamic bank without compromising of the Sharia compliance, because this is why I said, as far as they have a purification process, and there are so many ways to deal with this. We don't have time to go into this, SPVs, but there are ways basically to deal with this, and still you can start promoting yourself as an Islamic bank. So by this, let me conclude my presentation. And again, thank you very much for the valuable time and for listening. Jazakumullah khair.
For conversion, it is more about removing the fear of unknown, which can only be done through awareness. It is duty of everybody who's sitting here to bring awareness about the Islamic financing. It is nothing dangerous. It will not disrupt the economies. Rather, it will promote the economies. And the takeaway from this session can be that when we talk about halal economy for Muslim countries, ecosystem, the more important thing is promotion of Islamic social finance, then Islamic finance, Islamic commercial finance. And rightly pointed out by representative of Iraq and others also, the importance of fintech. It will bring efficiency and transparency in the system, which is required. And lastly, as pointed out by our friend who is young consultant, Dr. Muaz, that there is no hard and fast rule of conversion. Every institution or a country has to mold these standards to their requirement, to some extent, not much. So we have to remain flexible, and flexibility is the key for conversion. Thank you very much. For this, we conclude this session. And for question and answer, due to lack of time, all the panelists will be available in the lunch. You may ask the question if you want to from them.
Thank you very much, Justice Saab. Thank you very much to all the esteemed panelists for a great learned session talking about the challenges in the conversion of Islamic finance. Very well done. Thank you very much again to all of your esteemed panelists and the session chair. May we now move to our next session that is also an equally important sub-theme under the main theme of the conference. The session 5 reads AAOIFI Roadmap for Shaping the Sustainability Agenda for Islamic Finance Tailored to the Unique Needs and Expectations of its Shareholders. May I have the pleasure after this photo session to invite the moderator of this very important session, Ms. Sabeen Salim. Ms. Sabeen Salim, ladies and gentlemen, is the woman power among the Muslim Ummah in Islamic finance, who is currently leading the International Islamic Rating Agency. She is the CEO of the Islamic International Rating Agency, IRA, stationed in the Kingdom of Bahrain. She is a very, very learned Islamic finance specialist, CFA graduate, and so on and so forth. Easily can be Googled. Her credentials are extremely potent. We welcome you, Ms. Sabeen, on the stage. Might I have the pleasure to invite the first panelist of this session, Mr. Suhail Isa Az-Zajjali. Mr. Suhail Isa Az-Zajjali is the Assistant Secretary General, Islamic Financial Services Board, IFSB, Malaysia. We have the utmost pleasure to have Mr. Suhail Zajali, and we look forward learning from your thought process on this very important sub-theme. Dr. Mohammed Baltaji. Dr. Mohammed Baltaji is our next learned speaker. He's the General Manager, Sharia Supervisory Central Administration, Bank Misr, Egypt. It's a great honor to have you on stage. Mr. Rashid Atai. Rashid Atai is the Business Development Manager, Sibafi, Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Rashid Atai, may we have you on stage as we look forward learning from your thought process. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel is complete and it's set to start. All the best, and Sabine, all yours. Good to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Firstly, thank you to all my panelists. We indeed have a very knowledgeable panel out here. They have continued to guide us with their wisdom, and I hope, inshallah, this will also be a very insightful session for us. Thank you to all the speakers who have set the stage for today and given us a lot to think about yesterday and also in today's morning session. And of course, thank you to AAOIFI for pulling us all together. This is not going to be a very lengthy session because we are already out of time, and I have been told to keep it short and sweet. What I hope to achieve, inshallah, by the end of this session is a few concrete points and suggestions from my brothers here in infrastructure institutions with background in central banking and practice as well as standard setting. A few concrete thoughts, a few concrete steps on how should we move forward on the sustainability agenda, on incorporating it into our the way we do our business and the way we go about the economic endeavor of our lives. Firstly, let me just briefly introduce my fellow panelists to you before we go into our topic. I'll start with Brother Suhail Zajali, who is my colleague and friend from IFSB, the Islamic Financial Services Board. We are all part of this fraternity here in Sibafi and IFSB, trying to set the path for the industry to follow, a tough task indeed, given the quality of minds available. So I will be seeking his input on where is IFSB with the sustainability agenda and the standards. Next, we have Dr. Mohammed Baltaji, Bank Misr, GM, Sharia Supervisory Central Administration, Bank Misr. He also has had a background in 40 years dedicated to Islamic banking, over 40 years dedicated to Islamic banking. So a lot of insights coming from his regulatory, his background in regulation, having worked in both Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and in his current engagement in leading the Islamic finance function and thought process in Bank Misr. So inshallah, we will have a lot to learn from him. And we have Brother Rashid Atai, also from Sibafi, another infrastructure institution in Islamic bank, in Islamic finance. And we will ask him a lot about, the new work that Sibafi has done in the context of the declaration made during COP28 in Dubai just last year in 2023. And there had been a declaration that the standard setting body, the infrastructure bodies, including Sibafi, IFSB, and AAOIFI, will very consciously be pushing the sustainability agenda as part of their endeavors, as part of their standards. So we have a lot to learn from them. We now revert to our topic on sustainability. And we will focus on Maqasid al-Sharia and how the connection between the two is unmissable. We will in many ways go back to the basics and basically challenge ourselves. I think that in many ways the Islamic finance and banking industry has made big strides in eliminating riba, in fostering concepts of zakah, of sadaqah, but have we really been able to make this inclusive? Have we really been able to extend social benefits and economic prosperity that has come over the last so many years, over the last 50 years especially? Have we been able to fairly distribute it and make everyone, society as a whole, a partner in this endeavor? So we're going to think about that a little bit. When we try to define sustainability, the one thing that I think encapsulates the spirit of sustainability most precisely is this idea that in everything that we do, all the economic endeavors that we have and everything that we do in every walk of life, we have to keep the future generation in mind. We have to make sure that there is enough food, there is enough fish in the sea, there is enough energy resources, there are enough building materials. Basically, we have to try to assure an ecosystem which allows life to thrive and for life to continue to thrive after us, after we are long gone. So this is at the heart of sustainability. And if you see Maqasid al-Sharia, which, just to refresh our memories, if we keep this in mind, that our focus is to be on safeguarding our faith through values such as moral uprightness and justice and equality for everyone, the continuity of life, and other life that all life can sustain, the protection of intellect through expanding knowledge resources, through expanding thought and discovery, promoting thought and discovery, through protection of progeny, the focus on family values, and the stability of the family as a basic unit of society, as well as the protection of wealth for future generations. And this is not just about honestly generating wealth, but also about allocating wealth, saving, eliminating wasteful expenditure, eliminating wasteful overconsumption. These are the ills that we see so commonly around us in modern times. The fallout of having too much. So this is what we're going to basically discuss, that how these two concepts, sustainability, which is something of a more recent buzzword. I mean, we've been hearing about the environment and society and governance for the last 10 years. Actually, it goes much further back in the 1990s when the Cadbury Committee was set up. Basically, it was charged with designing a corporate structure and a system of responsibilities that promotes a good culture. It brought this consciousness to our mind that the objective of business is not just to generate money, but to do so in a very responsible fashion. So this is how it started, but in reality, obviously, it goes far back. The roots of all these concepts, E, S, and G, and how we earn our money are essentially, they are rooted in the concept of morality, which has very sure roots in religion, in our faith, which talks about, a consciousness of society at large. So this is something that we're going to incorporate in our discussion today. Within the context of the work that is being done by my organization, the Islamic International Rating Agency, we became signatories of the UNPRI, the United Nations Principles of Responsible Investing, in 2019, before COVID hit us. So this was basically about being responsible in our disclosure, about keeping in mind what environmental risks, social risks, and governance failures can do to credit ability, credit repayment ability. So we incorporated this into our rating methodologies, and the idea was, in many ways, the international bodies were pushing us to make sure that we were, A, keeping these things in mind while assigning a credit rating, and also making appropriate disclosures. Have our rating opinions been affected by what is happening on the other fronts, the E, the S, and the G fronts? So this is one of the first things that we had done back in 2019. IRA had also participated in a very meaningful methodology development, which was the ESGI, which was actually launched by one of our partner rating agencies in the Islamic world. It covered the traditional concepts of E, S, and G, but it also covered concepts which are traditionally missed when we talk about governance. When we talk about governance, we tend to focus on, the board structure, compliance, AML from a sanction monitoring perspective. We look at risk management. We look at the authorities, the lines of reporting. But I think we miss the aspect of fair distribution, of treating all stakeholders, giving them the dignity that they deserve, treating them with the dignity that they deserve. So this was something that was incorporated in this. The concept of economic fairness rather than economic might was incorporated in the concept of ESG. And then, of course, IRA's own methodologies have always focused on, we've called them fiduciary ratings from the beginning, because when it comes to dispensation of fiduciary responsibility, it's not just giving the stakeholders, the shareholders, or the creditors the money that is owed to them, but it's also about protecting all stakeholders, be they employees, be they customers, be they other investors who have put their trust in our work. So this was always at the heart of our work. And then AOIFI expanded this concept, fiduciary ratings, even further by coming out with two standards. One was the fiduciary rating methodology for institutions, and the other was the fiduciary rating methodology for the financial fiduciary rating standard, Sharia compliance and fiduciary rating standard for instruments. So this was basically an expansion of the idea where and it gave basically more teeth to the rating agencies also to develop this culture of transparency and push for fiduciary responsibility in institutions and the work that we do. I think there has been generally a very healthy trend. A lot of discussion has been going on in the previous sessions also, today and yesterday, about how we may have complied with basic standards of Sharia, but we may have missed the bigger standards. So this recent talk that has started, I think, is very healthy. And this is basically what I'm going to focus upon in my discussion today with my panelists. So starting from Brother Suhail, firstly, in the context of COP28 and the declaration which was made by IFSB and SABAFI and AAOIFI regarding the standards that need to be made and the work that needs to be done by yourselves as a standard-setting body for Islamic financial institutions. If you could give us a bit of the highlight of how do you wish to incorporate and take this concept forward?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I would like to thank AAOIFI and the Islamic Financial ISDB for hosting this great event, which really helps all of us to not only understand the way forward for the sustainability of Islamic finance. It's always giving us the chances to collaborate together, to have the ideas, to learn from each other, to how we can improve the standards, we can improve the practices which we are doing in our daily life. It's not only related to the specification of the standards here, but it's even the practices which is happening in the banking system, not banking system, the Islamic finance in general. So just to highlight a couple of things like which we are always talking about, that how the standards can help the industry to improve and to for the sustainability. The role of standard setters always is to support the industry by like seeing the framework, the most recent updates which is happening in the world. The challenges which we are facing as Islamic finance industry is we are always, like, not always, we are the ones who are like started our Islamic finance, yes, few years ago compared to the conventional. So the challenges which we are facing is different, not different than other, the conventional, definitely. But the challenges which we are facing, they have more matured system than Islamic finance. But that doesn't mean that we are behind, no. What is happening in Islamic finance? Islamic finance is really like speeding now. From our point of view, we reached to a stage where we are really in critical path now, where everyone is really talking about Islamic finance. I think even yesterday, Dr. Sami Suhailem was highlighting about the report, where really it's been taken almost from Islamic finance perspective. That shows the importance and the way forward. How is they are looking at us. So therefore, for our like it's as a standard setter, our mandate is always like to bring that impact in the climate change, in the sustainability of Islamic finance. We have to bring the disclosure which helps this industry to grow. The other things which we are not only focusing on the standards itself, we are even in the research part of it. What research we should come with, like what is the challenges we are facing currently, well, what we are going to do by tomorrow. Okay, today we started something. This standard will be focusing on specific related to the sustainability of in general. What about tomorrow? There is some like risks which is specific to Islamic finance, which you will not find it in the conventional. Sharia-related issues and other, which we really have to be more careful in other than the conventional. So this is basically what is like standard setters are doing. Our colleagues from AAOIFI, from other institutions, rating agencies, they are really looking forward on enhancing the related issues for this sustainability. But with partnership with all regulators. Like if regulators cannot, like they don't come forward and see the challenges which we are facing. It's the practice, it's the reality in the ground. So wherever there is lots of advanced jurisdictions where they reach to a level where they have their guidance, their principles already been established. So what will be our role as standards? Definitely we have to learn from the experiences. We have to learn from where they are looking from. There is some advanced economies, there is some economies, they are just catching up. So it's a standard setter's role to enhance, to push, to give the opportunities to this. One of the platforms, this is the platform which we really hope that it can help lots of institutions. We are always there, like the standard setters are always there to support the industry. It's not the industry, I don't mean by the industry, it's only the regulators. No, even the market players. You are always welcome to do that. We have lots of like processes which enable everyone to comment as well on our own standards before they are established, they are in the market. So we really urge every one of us to really contribute in these standards, contribute in enhancing the the sustainability-related issues. It's not only sustainability, other issues as well. Together we can improve. Together we can bring the industry to a level where it can reach to these levels. I will just highlight maybe where are we as IFSB now today in these current stability agenda and where we will be in the future. We recently are working on some climate-related financial risks in Islamic banking. Practically what we are doing, we have the working groups which provides the critical guidance focusing on the regulatory and supervisory authorities and their feedback and what is the challenges they are internally facing and how to overcome these challenges. This is related to the banking sector. We have same thing for the ICM, which is Islamic capital market. As well, we are having the guidance notes which helps the Islamic capital market on like issuing, not only issuing, in providing the guidance and the highlight best practices in other jurisdictions. The other thing we are as well working on the industry, like Islamic financial services industry with IFSB is that stability report. The report covers lots of like highlights in the sustainability related issues. So that will help the industry to understand like what others are facing, what our members are facing, and how to overcome all of these things. So this is just in brief. So I will give the floor for my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Brother Suhail, on in terms of, what still needs to be done on IFSB's front, a little bit of a future focus. And then if you could just connect, from your conversation, I gathered that some of the challenges probably are, as you said, that, some economies are advanced and others are a little bit behind. The ability of the regulators to push the focus on sustainability-related goals into the environment has been difficult because people are generally dealing with economic distress, a very hyperinflationary economy. So it kind of shifts the focus from the progeny and the posterity and sustainability to here and now. So I believe that is what you're referring to. So is it awareness? Is it, what is it that we can do as industry thought leaders, not just as IFSB, but as industry thought leaders? What is it that we can do? What is it that our audience can do? A very good point made by you about everybody getting involved with standard setting, but practically in their daily work, what is it that they can do? I'll come back to you on this after we hear from Dr. Mohammed El-Taji. As I said, a life dedicated to Sharia-compliant finance and guiding the industry forward. We would love to hear from him. I believe he has a presentation on our subject today, so I would invite him to please make that presentation first, and then we will go with our specific questions. Okay. Do you wish to go to the roster, Doctor? Yeah, okay, thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا شكرا لأيفا على اختيارها هذا الموضوع الهام الذي دائما تختار موضوعات تهم الصناعة المصرفية الإسلامية. يمكن في البحث اللي أنا هقدمه أو الورقة اللي أنا هقدمها النقاشية ديت يمكن هنركز على 3 نقاط مهمة. النقطة الأولى هي هل أيوف فعلا بتأخذ في اعتبارها عملية تنمية مستدامة عند إعداد هذه المعايير سواء المعايير الشرعية أو المحاسبية أو الحوكمة، كما ان هذه المعايير عندما يتم اعدادها ما هي التحديات التي تصادفنا في الصناعه المصرفيه الاسلاميه من اجل عمليات الاستدامه والتنميه اللي هي محك رئيسي اليومين دول على المستوى الدولي، ثم ما هي الحلول الممكنه لهذا الموضوع. انا مش هطول في الجزئيه دي كلها عشان نطرح برضو فرصه للمناقشه. طيب احنا هنتجاوز الجزئيه كلها ديت، لكن انا عايز اتكلم على الهدف اللي احنا هنتكلم عنه، هو مدى قيام الأيوفي باستخدام او بالحث على مراجعه المقاصد الشرعيه في معاييرها. أيوفي عندما تقوم باعداد اي معيار، سواء كان معيار شرعي او معيار محاسبي او معايير الحوكمه، تنظر في البدايه الى مقاصد الشريعه. اهم حاجه عندنا عندما يتم وضع اي من هذه المعايير، نبدا في البدايه من المرجع الرئيسي لمقاصد الشريعه. ومقاصد الشريعه بصفه عامه اذا نظرنا اليها نجد انها فعلا هي تؤدي الى التنميه المستدامه، وتؤدي الى تعزيز عمليات الحوكمه، وتؤدي الى غير ذلك. ولدينا كثير جدا من المقاصد الشريعه اللي هي خاصه بالاعمار والتمكين والامن وغير ذلك، والعداله والمسؤوليه. والاحاديث كثيره في هذا الامر، من احاديث من غشنا فليس منا وغير ذلك من الاحاديث التي تهم عمليه التنميه المستدامه داخل الاسواق الماليه، وهو ده ما يهم فينا في الجانب الصناعه المصرفيه الاسلاميه. هنا بنيجي نتكلم على جزئيه مهمه من رؤيه أيوفي. أيوفي دايما بتحاول ان هي تخدم هذه الصناعه. هي منذ انشئت عام 91 والمعايير التي تم انشائها، سواء كانت معايير الشرعيه التي هي اساس العمل، ثم يتم تحويلها الى معايير محاسبيه، ثم اهتمامنا مؤخرا بتشكيل مجلس الحوكمه وايجاد عمل معايير حوكمه والمراجعه. كل هذه النقاط كانت بدايه التعاون اللي هي عملت خريطه طريق التعاون مع AAOIFI-IsDB والتعاون مع مجلس الخدمات الماليه الاسلاميه سيبافي، ووقعوا مذكره تفاهم في ضوء اهتمام الامم المتحده في هذا الامر. فكان في تعاون بين الجهات الرقابيه او الجهات الداعمه للمؤسسه الماليه للصناعه المصرفيه الاسلاميه من سيبافي وأيوفي وAAOIFI-IsDB، عشان نقدر نقول ان احنا محتاجين نضع خريطه طريق لهذا الامر في الواقع العملي. أيوفي في المرحله دي كلها منذ عام 91 حتى الان اصدرت 120 معيار شرعي ومحاسبي ومعايير حوكمه ومعايير اخلاقيات وغير ذلك. هذه المعايير كلها اذا نظرنا اصبحت النهارده هي المرجع الرئيسي للصناعه المصرفيه الاسلاميه، من اجل تنميه هذه الصناعه، من اجل التنميه المسلمه، من اجل تنميه الدول العربيه، من اجل تنميه الصناعه الماليه الاسلاميه. أيوفي عندنا في تطوير المعايير دايما تتطور. يعني احنا معانا اللجان، الاخوه اعضاء اللجان المحاسبيه والشرعيه والحوكمه في المؤتمر ده بنعمل مراجعه لهذه المعايير. ليه؟ هناك تطوير ايضا، ما لا يتقدم بيتقادم، ولذلك دايما بنعمل تطوير اصدرنا معايير الزكاه ومعايير القرض الحسن وغير ذلك من المعايير التي تهم عمليه الاستدامه في ضوء المعايير اصدرت الامم المتحده في هذا الجانب. ولكن عندنا مجموعه من التحديات، دي بقى النقطه اللي هنتكلم عليها، التحديات والحلول ايه هي. ودي احنا دايما نحاول نتكلم من الناحيه العمليه. التحديات بتاعتنا كيفيه التوافق بين الربحيه والاستدامه. دايما اصحاب المؤسسات الماليه الاسلاميه عايزين يحققوا ربحيه. طب تحقق ربحيه ازاي وعندك انت ممكن تؤدي الى تمويل بعض المشروعات التي لا تحقق ارباح؟ فانت محتاج توافق بين هذه الجزئيه والثانيه. هل احنا نحقق ربحيه افضل ولا امول بعض المشروعات التي لا يمكن ان تحقق ارباح على المدى القصير؟ فدي برضو نقطه مهمه جدا بيتم توافقها. يمكن البنك المركزي عندنا في مصر عمل حته مهمه جدا لهذا الامر، ان هو عمل عمليات دعم لهذه المشروعات الخاصه بالتنميه المستدامه من خلال تخفيض معدل الربحيه على هذه المشروعات، وهو دفع الفرق من حصيله البنك المركزي. يعني بدل التمويل مثلا ب 20% 15%، لا هو بيدي التمويل 3% و5%، يعني اعتقد انها مصاريف اداريه، ولكن هو بيدفع الباقي للبنك من اجل دعم هذه المشروعات. فهنا عمليه التوفيق دي احد التجارب اللي اعتقد ناجحه، وخاصه ان تمويل المشروعات الصغيره دي بتحقق فعلا تنميه في الواقع العملي. المعايير الشرعيه والاتحادات الفقهيه عندنا اشكاليه ان هناك بعض الاختلافات في الهيئات الشرعيه وبعض الدول في المعايير الشرعيه او في تطبيق بعض انواع الشرعيه. هذا الامر ليس اختلاف في الجوهر، لكن اختلاف بعض الاشكال التطبيقيه، ولكن دي ممكن التغلب عليها من خلال المعايير الشرعيه اللي طلعت من أيوفي. حقيقه هي معايير تطبق في اي دوله. حقيقه احنا بنرجع لاي النهارده مؤسسه ماليه على مستوى الدولي، المرجع الرئيسي لها سواء كان في المعايير الشرعيه او في الناحيه المحاسبيه او الشرعيه او الحوكمه هي معايير أيوفي. ليه موجود النهارده؟ لان دايما فيها تطوير، دايما فيها عمليات كده. الاتحاد التنظيميه والقانونيه دي نقطه قد لا تواجه كل الدول، لان بعض الدول الزمت البنوك الاسلاميه داخلها بتطبيق المعايير. يعني في دول زي البحرين، في دول زي الامارات، زي السودان، زي باكستان الزمت وسوريا طلعت قوانين بان البنوك الاسلاميه تلتزم بمعايير أيوفي. في دول اخرى تسترشد زي السعوديه وزي مصر وزي بعض الدول الاخرى. فهذه الامور بتحتاج الى الموائمه بين احتياجات السوق وبين التطبيقات هذه المعايير. دي اللي تكون التحديات اللي احنا قابلناها. لكن ممكن احنا نقول ان من اهم النقاط اللي احنا بنقول ان احنا ممكن تبقى داعمه ويمكن ليها حلول ويمكن ليها التطوير. هي عمليه مهمه جدا. انا بعتبر من الواقع العملي من خلال عملي في البنوك الاسلاميه كانت اهم نقطه في تطوير الصناعه هي تطوير المنتجات. الصناعه المصريه الاسلاميه وهي معنا في القاعه يعني الناس من اللي هم عاشوا هذه التجربه وامنوا بيها وطبقوها باوقاتهم ودعمهم الكبير ليها منذ نشأ هذه الفكره، ولكن كان فعلا عندنا مشكله ازاي ان احنا نقدم منتجات للمتعاملين، سواء منتجات التمويل او منتجات الخاصه بالخدمات المصرفيه او التمويليه او الاستثماريه تلبي احتياجات المتعاملين وتكون متوافقه مع احكام الشريعه. وايضا النهارده عمليه اخرى اننا كيف نصدر صكوك خضراء. يعني يمكن في مصر كان في دعم من الحكومه وايضا من هيئه الرقابه الماليه انها تؤدي الى تدعيم انشاء صكوك خضراء للتنميه داخل الدوله، ودي كانت اصدار يمكن حوالي 4-5 اصدارات في مصر صكوك خضراء فقط لا غير الصكوك العاديه اللي هي لتمويل الشركات. ولكن كان اهتمام من الدوله، هي الدوله اعتقد من اهم الجهات الداعمه للتمويل وتطوير المنتجات دي كلها هي دعم هذه المنتجات والحث على تطبيقها. فاعتقد من الحلول اللي هي ممكن تؤدي الى هذا الامر هي عمليه انشاء الصكوك الخضراء والتمويل الاجتماعي. انشاء الصناديق الاستثماريه المخصصه دي في بعض الدول انشات صناديق تنمويه. انا مش عايز ادي مثل قديم ولكنه مثل قديم حديث. في ماليزيا طبوا حج اللي هو فعلا ده بيؤدي الى تنميه اجتماعيه للحج في ماليزيا، دي برضو كان احد المهم جدا. التعاون مع المؤسسات الماليه الاسلاميه حقيقي دلوقتي احنا بوجود IFCB بوجود أيوفي بوجود سبافي فعلا اعتقد ان التعاون اصبح النهارده اكبر من الاول بكتير جدا في استيعاب السيوله. اعتقد برضو دور وكاله التصنيف الدوليه واداره السيوله الموجوده في البحرين دي فعلا عملت تعاون بين البنوك الاسلاميه من اجل او مؤسسات الماليه الاسلاميه من اجل استيعاب السيوله. انا مش عايز اقول استيعاب السيوله بالمرابحه كوميدي، لا انا عايز اقول استيعاب السيوله في التمويل الفعلي. استيعاب السيوله مش بس في شراء سلع وبيعها، لا انا عايز اقول احنا عايز نتكلم على تمويل فعلي المشروعات تنتج ومن هذا الانتاج يتم تحقيق التنميه الاجتماعيه والاقتصاديه داخل الاسواق الماليه. فهنا بنقول ان التعاون مع هذه المؤسسات فعلا واستيعاب السيوله الفائضه لدى مؤسسات واخرى محتاجه اليها اعتقد ده يؤدي الى وجود التنميه المستدامه. يمكن دي حبيت اركز على التحديات اللي احنا بنتكلم عنها وحبيت اقول الحلول اللي هي موجوده فعلا طبق منها جزء، واعتقد المرحله الجايه في تطبيق اكتر. دي كانت خريطه الطريق اللي هي عمليه كيفيه دمج اللي هي قامت بها أيوفي مع سبافي مع IFCB في عملية الدمج المعايير الشرعية ودمج المقاصد الشرعية في المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية من أجل التنمية المستدامة. شكرا جزيلا ونبدأ على الفترة المناقشة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, brother, for an insightful presentation. I want you to tell us a little bit more about the standards that you were referring to in your presentation also, and in the earlier conversation we were having about green sukuk. I mean, you're working in Egypt. Of course, you have a background in regulation, both in Egypt and outside. So if you could just give us some background on how can we embed these concepts in our Sharia governance frameworks? Because we want to talk about the integration of these sustainability concepts which basically come from Maqasid al-Sharia. So if you could just elaborate a little bit on that before I move to my esteemed panelist. Yeah. No. Yes, please.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اعتقد ان التجارب العمليه اللي من خلال التجربه المصريه او التجارب عشتها في بعض الدول الاخرى زي السعوديه واللي اصدرت معايير للحوكمه، يمكن السعوديه لما اصدرت معايير الحوكمه من حوالي 3 سنوات كانت من افضل المعايير اللي شفتها على الواقع العملي، اللي هم وضعوا بعض المعايير الخاصه بالحوكمه والاستدامه والتنميه للبنوك الاسلاميه داخل السوق السعودي. هذه المعايير جت من الريجوليتور اللي هو الجهات المسؤوله عن الرقابه على هذه الجهات. هذه الامور وضعت البنوك على محك رئيسي جدا وهي كيفيه الالتزام بهذه المعايير، سواء كانت بالاسترشاد معايير أيوفي الشرعيه والمحاسبيه، ولكن ايضا التزام بالمعايير اللي هي اصدرتها هيئه البنك المركزي السعودي حول هذا الموضوع. هذه الجهات زي الكويت زي السعوديه زي الامارات اصدروا مجموعه من المعايير الحكامه فعلا اللي بتؤدي للتطبيق العملي، ولكن احنا محتاجين فعليا لدعم هذه المؤسسات مع بعضها البعض، التعاون مع هذه المؤسسات كلها من خلال الجهات الدوليه زي ما قلت ايوفي او سيبافي او السي بي في العلن، التعاون مع هذه الجهات ودرء المخاطر. يمكن ان السؤال اللي حضرتك كنت سالتيني عليه حته التطبيق العملي لهذا الكلام، احنا في بنك مصر عملنا حاجه مهمه جدا، عملنا دليل اسمه دليل سياسه المخاطر الشرعيه. سياسه المخاطر الشرعيه ده معتمد من مجلس الاداره واعتمد من البنك المركزي في مصر، وتم الاهتمام بيه ليه؟ لان وجدنا فعلا المعايير دي كلها ازاي اقدر احقق الاستدامه والتنميه لهذه المعايير على الواقع العملي. دي كانت احد اهم الدليل المخاطر الشرعيه، والدليل المخاطر ده بيحول الى نسبه برسنتج وليس يعني نظري، لا ده كان بيقول مثلا مدى تنفيذ هذه المعايير بنسبه قد كده، وحط لنا معايير ومؤشرات وخرج ده بنسبه. كان بيهتم مجلس الاداره بكيفيه تغطيه هذه المخاطر فعليا. فاحنا بنتكلم النهارده على عمليه المتابعه التطبيق العملي للمخاطر وكيفيه تجنب هذه المخاطر الشرعيه والمحاسبيه والتزام بالمعايير اللي هي موضوع الميثاق الامم المتحده الخاص بالتنميه والمستدامه. اعتقد هذه المعايير مع تطبيقها مع متابعتها اعتقد تكون هي نقطه مهمه جدا، وخاصه ان البنوك المركزيه لما بتطلع تعليمات لما تيجي تطبق هذه المعايير لازم يكون عندك هيئه شرعيه، لازم يكون عندك اداره للرقابه الشرعيه، اداره للمراجعه الشرعيه، ومنتجات معتمد. يعني اي بنك مركزي يقول لك انا اي منتج هيعرض على البنك المركزي لابد اولا من اعتماد الهيئه الشرعيه كامله له ويتم مراجعه الهيئه الشرعيه. لما تعتمد منتج بتبص لكثير جدا من النقاط اهمها المخاص الشرعيه في التطبيق العملي. دي نقطه مهمه جدا في الواقع العملي شفناها.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beltaji. I move on to Brother Rashid Itai from Sibafi, playing a very key role actually in the drive towards sustainability. So my first question, brother, to you is regarding, the same question that I've been asking my other brothers regarding integrating the fundamental idea of sustainability and, attaching it with the core of our belief system, Maqasid al-Sharia.
Yeah, thank you so much. So regarding the role of Sibafi in the sustainability journey in Islamic finance industry, actually this is a journey that started even before the declaration. So with the establishment of our strategic plan for the period 2020-2025. So with the establishment of this strategic plan, we've put sustainability as one of our core strategic objectives. And since then, we worked on various initiatives. Some of them are highlighted in the declaration. One of the most important, perhaps, initiatives is the development of the sustainability guide for Islamic financial institutions, which is a guide to help the industry in integrating sustainability practices within their core business activities. And this is based on 5 main principles. So the first one is the sustainability integration, of course, following a top-down approach, looking at integrating sustainability considerations in the business strategy, in the vision, mission of the bank, in putting some strategic objectives and targets, and then moving to the resource management as well. So, for example, energy efficiency. So all these considerations need to be put under the umbrella of resource management. Then comes the development of the SOPs. So banks need to consider developing SOPs to help the different employees from different levels in contributing to the successful or the journey of sustainability integration to make it successful. Then comes the fourth element, which is related to capacity enhancement. So this means that the bank must have like a dedicated unit for sustainability. Everyone need to be informed about the sustainability strategy of the bank, and they need to believe in it and also contribute to it. And then the last part of this first principle is, of course, the activities. So the screening of the activities must consider not only the Sharia compliant aspect, but to add another layer of sustainability to finance projects that are, for example, environmental friendly, or projects that are that have like a positive impact on the society, and consider other dimensions rather than just the return. And the second principle is related to the governance. And this is actually something really important, because we think that with this principle we can ensure that the bank is working towards integrating sustainability into its core business activities. And with the governance, what we propose is to have, in addition to the Sharia committee, to have another committee, a sustainability committee, that will work together with the Sharia in the screening of the initiatives, and also in the decision making, in evaluating the actions of the bank, to consider the Sharia, but also, as I mentioned, other considerations like social considerations or environmental considerations. And this committee is reporting to the board, and also informing the management, and working together with other committees like the risk committee or the audit committee. Then comes, of course, in the risk management, to consider social and environment risks. So this is the third principle. Then, of course, the bank must show what they are doing in terms of sustainability, and this is where the reporting comes into action, like to communicate the initiatives that the bank is doing, to report based, in line of the international standards and practices. And the fifth principle, which was mentioned by both the other speakers, like the collaboration. Collaboration is very important, and perhaps one of the initiatives that shows this collaboration is the signing of the declaration, and having the three infrastructure organizations in one platform with the support of a regulator, which is the Central Bank of UAE. So collaboration is really important, and without collaboration, because with the industry specificities, you need to work also with the international standard setters, adopt international practices, make them adapted to the context of Islamic finance, and this cannot be done without collaboration and without proper communication with these international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All very important points indeed. But of course, one thing that is recurring in things, in what was stated by all three of our brothers here, was about collective efforts, integration of efforts, learning from each other's experience, and I think this was a very important point. One other point that caught my attention in what Brother Rashid Atai stated was that in the governance guide, when they were talking about having a Sharia compliance Sharia committee, and also a sustainability committee, which works together with the Sharia committee. And this is something that I want to bring out, because I feel that there is value in rethinking sustainability from a Sharia standpoint, because it kind of broadens the perspective even beyond what is envisaged in the E, S, and G. As I stated earlier, I think the G is also a bit narrow in its approach. It's more about design, corporate design, and more about accountability. For maybe financial, fairness is very much there. But I think the concept of fairness has to be a little broader, and maybe putting it together with Sharia governance frameworks will help broaden that perspective. So going back to Brother Suhail, as I said that, I felt that some of the challenges that you were identifying were with regards to the level of awareness and the level of urgency felt by different countries in addressing sustainability and making it implementable. So, I mean, if in terms of what you think, what gaps do you think are still there? And what do you think IFSB can do to address those? What gaps do you think are still there?
Thank you very much, Sister, again. The main challenges which we can say that the Islamic financial sustainability challenges, risks are not different than the conventional as well, are not much different. But what is the main challenges in Islamic finance is the standardization of these standards. That's why you feel inconsistency between the regulators and others, where when it comes to implementation, everyone will be having different approach of implementing this stability related standards or related guidance. So one of the main challenges is the standardization. IFSB now currently is working on that, standardizing all the understanding and how the sustainability is understood for all of us. The other challenge is that the models themselves, all the models are based on the conventional side so far. Mm-hmm. So this is one of the challenges, the models which we have to be specifically tailor-made for Islamic finance. So by bringing these kind of collaboration with everyone, and then standardizing the standards and the guidance for the market, I think that the challenges which we can enhance, which can improve the sustainability itself. Sustainability in general in Islam, it's not something new which we are talking about. It's never new. It's always we were talking about this, even the earlier days of Islam. That's why you see Rasulullah always encourage all the people to do good, even small things which we can sometimes even we don't realize, oh, this is actually, it's really affecting even the sustainability in overall. So, subhanAllah, it's something not new for Islam, but definitely there is some challenges which we have to unify the understanding of the sustainability, which that they were therefore each one of us can understand, can do the same thing and same understanding for all of us. So this is the challenges which I think it will really help. Again, I will emphasize the same point I was saying earlier. Collaboration between all the institutions can bring that and the standardization to all of us. Thank
you. Dr. Eldaji, from your point of view, where do you think are the gaps in the industry's handling of the sustainability issue? Do you think there is value in integrating sustainability concepts in Sharia governance frameworks of banks so that the Sharia experts, the scholars on board, can keep an eye on whether the IFI, for instance, it's doing its job of reaching out to the right people? This business of raising money and giving out money, is it being done fairly? Even if the returns do not really constitute riba, is it being done fairly? So this task of overseeing these macro objectives of Islamic finance, do you think incorporating the sustainability agenda into Sharia governance frameworks, will this be a good development? Do you think that there is a need to do that or benefit to doing that?
اولا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اولا تحريب الربا اساسا هو ده من اهم الممارسات العمليه للتنميه المستدامه. هو من الاساس، هو ده من احد اهم المقاصد الشرعيه في بدايه العمل المصرفي الاسلامي. دي اول نقطه عمل البنوك الاسلاميه. لكن انا بعتقد من التجارب العمليه اللي هي حدثت فعليا هي الجهات الرقابيه لما كانت بتدعم هذه المشروعات التنمويه. زي ما قلنا التجارب اللي حصلت مثلا في مصر البنك المركزي قام بعمل مبادرات لاي مشروعات ستارت اب، مشروعات خاصه بالبنيه التحتيه، مشروعات تنميه البيئه الطاقه النظيفه اللي هي الطاقه الشمسيه وطاقه الرياح. دي كان بيدعمها البنك المركزي بدل ما يدي التمويل بنسبه عاليه جدا، لا كان بيدوا تمويل للبنك يقول له خد تمويل بسيط جدا 1 2% 3% وانا اكمل لك هذه النسبه. هذه كانت من اهم المبادرات اللي حققت ربحيه جدا جدا. هيئه الرقابه الماليه برضه كانت بتدعم انشاء الصخور الخضراء بانشاء قانون وتعليمات بهذه الامور. فاحنا بنقول ان الجهات الرقابيه اللي هي بتدير الاقتصاد في الدوله مع اهتمامها بالنواحي الشرعيه لهذه الجهات، يعني هيئه الرقابه انشات هيئه شرعيه مركزيه غير الهيئه الشرعيه الفرعيه. بقى هناك في رقابه مزدوجه من المنظم الريجوليتور وبين الجهه اللي هي بتعمل التنفيذ. فهنا بنقول ان احنا الجهات الرقابيه لما بتدعم هذه المشروعات بتحقق تنميه فعليه. النهارده بنتكلم عن المشروعات الصغيره والمتوسطه برضه لما ادوها دعم بالكامل هو ده برضه حقق التنميه المستدامه، لان دي المشروعات دي كانت من احد اهم الاساليب للتنميه، من تشغيل العاملين، من تنميه مستدامه لمشروعات جديده للتنميه الاقتصاديه. كل دي هذه النقاط تجارب عمليه في الواقع العام. واعتقد في اكثر من تجارب في الدول العربيه عشتها مع وخاصه في السعوديه وبعض الدول الاخرى كان السودان وبعض الدول الاخرى كانت بتدعم هذه المشروعات من خلال توجيهات من الجهات الرقابيه لهذه المشروعات. فاحنا بنقول احنا البنوك الاسلاميه حقيقه هي عندنا مشكله، اصحاب البنوك عايزين ربحيه ولكن عندنا تنميه مستدامه بدون ربحيه. فهنا لما الجهات الرقابيه تقوم بتعويض هذه الجهات عن هذه النقطه اعتقد الجهات البنوك ممكن تدعم هذا الامر، وخاصه ان اصحاب المشروعات الصغيره والمتوسطه بالذات او اصحاب الجهات التنمويه محتاجه انها تشتغل شريعه كومبلاينس. يعني النهارده بنتكلم على سوق النهارده وصل اكثر من 4 تريليون دولار على المستوى الدولي. يعني في مصر مش عايز اقول ايه الرقم تريليون جنيه دلوقتي بقت قليله، لكن تريليون جنيه في مصر النهارده وصلنا لهذا المعدل حوالي 12-13% من السوق. نتيجه ايه؟ ان هناك كثير جدا من الشركات بدات تطلب هذا الامر. فكلما دعمنا هذه الصناعه كلما ما اخرجنا لها معايير كلما اكرمنا لها مجموعه اهتمام يعني بمقاصد الشريعه. واتذكر انا قول الشيخ صالح كامل رحمه الله عليه يقول لك دايما يقول ايه؟ دايما كان يقول للفقهاء شددوا علينا خف الله عنكم، يعني التزموا بالنواحي الشرعيه تطبيقاتنا وما هي المقاصد والمآلات. العمليه التمويل فقط مش عايز يكون التمويل بيخدم الاقتصاد، يعني هو ده مش عايز الاقتصاد يخدم التمويل. كان دي كلمه الدكتور سامي السويلم لما ربنا يبارك فيه يقول لك لا انا عايز التمويل يخدم الاقتصاد، يعني لما امول عشان امول الاقتصاد مش عشان اشتغل تمويل فقط لا غير. ومن هنا كلما كانت التزامنا بالمعايير الشرعيه والتزامنا بمقاصد الشريعه وما تحققه الشريعه الاسلاميه من نهج هذا التمويل كل ما قدمنا الى التنميه المستدامه. واعتقد ان الجهات الرقابيه اكرر عليها مره ثانيه الجهات الرقابيه والجهات الداعمه لهذه الصناعه هم يعني البنك الاسلامي للتنميه اصدر النهارده اكثر من صك ب 2 مليار مره و1.5 مليار ومليار في السنوات الاخيره دي كلها منذ كورونا، كلها صكوك تنميه مستدامه وصكوك خضراء للمشروعات اللي هي التنميه. كل هذه الجهات لما تجتمع بعضها اعتقد ممكن تحقق الاهداف الخاصه بالتنميه وتحقيق اهداف الامم المتحده في هذا الجانب.
ان شاء الله.
Thank you very much, much appreciated. Brother Rashid, you mentioned the sustainability guide of SIBAFI. Could you also tell us a little bit, just an introduction of the GHG tool that you had introduced to the market a while back, I believe?
Yeah. So one of the other initiatives as well that we have launched just recently is the development of the greenhouse gas emissions measurement tool in the context of Islamic finance. We believe that this initiative or this project underscores our commitment to aligning Islamic finance with the global climate goals. We, especially now with the increasing challenges related to climate, so there is a need for the financial sector as a whole to take into consideration managing these risks, either transition risks or physical risks. And perhaps for Islamic finance, physical risks is more important because the industry is linked to real economy. So with the disruptive events related to climate, there will be more negative impact on different aspects. So to manage these risks, we think that it's a journey of thousands of steps. The first step is to know first our contribution to climate change. What is the emissions or the contribution to the emissions that Islamic banks that are related to or linked to the investments and financing portfolios of Islamic banks. Of course, there are a number of methodologies that can allow to measure these emissions, but they are in the conventional context. So our project was to look at these global standards, these global practices, and try to map them and adapt them to the context of Islamic banking, taking into consideration the specificities of the industry. So this methodology is based actually on the GHG protocol and the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials standards. And we try to follow the same approach adopted by these standards, but of course adapting it to the to specific asset classes of Islamic finance, and then taking into consideration for the calculation in the attribution factor, for example, of a specific asset class, to consider all the scenarios related to Islamic finance. For example, if we take a contract of ijara, calculating the attribution factor will be different based on the scenario before the sale and after the sale. Same goes for the investment. Do we know where the proceeds are used, or is it unknown? So these scenarios will impact actually the methodology or the calculation. So in our methodology, we try to cover as much as possible. We try also to be very inclusive by selecting like the most common asset classes in different markets. But of course, we know that there are certain challenges, especially with regards to data availability. So we try to provide certain recommendations on using, for example, proxies or data sector specific data for that are related to sectors instead of the activity or the specific asset class. In addition to this, we are given also some recommendations related to operational challenges with regards to capacity building and again partnerships, collaboration, as well as like open discussion with experts, so that we can develop further the methodology and make it more relevant to the industry. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I think just to wrap up, a lot is still to be done. One of the things that is important is that the disclosure requirements have to be seriously pulled up. Very mindful of what was shared by our colleague from IFSB, that the challenges on the ground are material. Everybody has their own unique scale of problems, their own unique scale of capacity to handle those. There is a lot to learn. There is a lot of room for collaborative effort, and but it's a long way to go. And perhaps rethinking sustainability from the mindset of Sharia, of our Deen, I think will probably help us making a more taking some more well-rounded steps towards sustainability, and maybe give something to the global community by way of what the concept of sustainability and ESG can and should cover. So thank you very much, brothers. Thank you very much. We will all be around for questions, if any, later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Sabine Salim, and to all our very esteemed and learned panelists, Brother Sohail, Dr. Baltaji, Brother Rashid. Thank you very much for your very thought-provoking and enlightening session. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up this session, which is a session 5 overall on day 2 of this prestigious conference. We are now going to have a short coffee and networking break. and then we'll come back and we will do this small IOFI fellowship graduation ceremony, celebrating and distributing the certificates to all those who have passed IOFI fellowship certificates. So please join us in around 20 minutes time, so for us to kickstart the remaining of the course of action. Thank you very much.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا. نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك، لأن أحلامك تهمنا. نسير معك على درب النجاح، لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه. نقف إلى جانبك دائما، لأنك اخترت طريق التميز. حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها، لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the remaining sessions of the conference are set to start. For those who are outside, please come inside the hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the AAOIFI graduation ceremony, certificate distribution ceremony. Very quick one. So all the recipients of the CSAA and CIPA certificate, please come inside the hall. All the recipients of the AAOIFI, CSAA and CIPA certifications, please ensure that you're in the hall, and when your name is called out, you come and collect your certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala again, and welcome back after a very lovely coffee break. It's been a very, thought-provoking session so far. We have covered a lot of ground and a number of core items and very, exuberant, sensitive topics, including conversion topics as well as sustainability and transparency. Now, it is our pleasure to kickstart the AAOIFI graduation ceremony. This ceremony witnesses the distribution of the certificates for the newly graduated, newly qualified certified Sharia advisor and auditors, and the certified Islamic professional accountants, the flagship AAOIFI programs that are amazingly well known all over the world for its knowledge and its credibility in human capital development in Islamic finance. It gives me utmost pleasure to invite none other than the Chairman, Board of Trustees of AAOIFI, His Highness, His Excellency, Sheikh Ibrahim Khalifa Al-Khalifa, to come on stage and grace the occasion for the distribution of these prestigious awards. We welcome you, Sheikh Ibrahim, and we look forward. May I now start out calling the names of the newly qualified recipients of this prestigious certificates, the Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor and AAOIFI's Certified Islamic Professional Accountant graduates. First up, calling out Brother Abdul Rahman Saad Al-Ghamdi. Many congratulations, Brother Abdul Rahman Saad Al-Ghamdi, for qualifying the prestigious AAOIFI certification in Sharia advising and auditing. Many congratulations again, Brother Abdul Rahman. May Allah bless this for you. Next up is Ubaidullah Islam Usmani. Brother Ubaidullah Islam Usmani, welcome to the club. Many congratulations for qualifying the prestigious AAOIFI Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor program. Our brother Abdul Rahman Saad Al-Ghamdi was our fresh qualified individual from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Central Bank of Saudi Arabia, and so is Muhammad Ubaid Al-Usmani from Pakistan. Next up is Brother Abdul Rahman Jabir Abdullah. Many congratulations, Brother Abdul Rahman, for your qualification, in becoming a certified Sharia advisor and auditor from AAOIFI. Many congratulations, brother. The next recipient is Nadia Abdul Jabbar Muhammad Salman Al Sharida. Which bank is she? Miss Nadia is known faculty member from the Applied Science University in Kingdom of Bahrain. Many congratulations. You should write the affiliation he's asking. May Allah bless this for you, Miss Nadia. Calling out Ammar Isam Abdurrahman, Brother Ammar Isam Abdurrahman. AAOIFI certified Sharia advisor and auditor. Welcome to the club, Brother Abdurrahman. Brother Ammar. Which bank are you from? Brother Ammar is also the recipient from the Applied Science University's Kingdom of Bahrain. May I now call upon Dalal Ali Amin. Many congratulations to Ms. Dalal for becoming certified Sharia advisor and auditor of AAOIFI. Where are you coming from? Ms. Dalal represents Al Salam Bank, Kingdom of Bahrain. Calling out now Yusuf Adil Al-Noaimi. Yusuf Adil Al-Noaimi, BISB, and also AAOIFI. Many congratulations, Brother Yusuf, becoming the certified Sharia advisor and auditor of AAOIFI. Salum Shaban Lupande. Mr. Salum Shaban Lupande, representing Tanzania. Brother Salum is a strong supporter of AAOIFI and is a torchbearer in so many ways in Tanzania. Brother Salum, many congratulations. Next up is Muhammad Abu Bakr Musa. Muhammad Abu Bakr Musa. Many congratulations, Brother Abu Bakr, for becoming the certified Sharia advisor and auditor from AAOIFI. Which bank are you Brother Abu Bakr represents Nigeria, the Alternative Bank of Nigeria. Many congratulations. Next up is Mr. Luqman Lanray Siriki. Mr. Luqman Lanray Siriki, the fresh recipient of the AAOIFI Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor Certification. Many congratulations. Luqman. Brother Luqman is a special entity because he is not only recently qualified in the Sharia Advisor and Auditing Program, but also the very prestigious AAOIFI Islamic Professional Accountant Program. So he is a two-in-one entity. Double congratulations to Brother Luqman. This is not easy job. It's a mountain that he has surpassed to the power of two. May I now invite Harish Venkat Krishnan. It is even more pleasing to see Brother Harish qualifying and becoming the AAOIFI Certified Islamic Professional Accountant. Not an easy job. Many congratulations. Next up is Abdi Fattah Jama Ahmed. Brother Abdi Fattah Juma Ahmed, many, many congratulations on becoming the certified Islamic professional accountant of AAOIFI. It's a very noble and prestigious qualification. So Mabruk, brother, many congratulations. Which bank are you representing? He is a central banker of the Somaliland. Many congratulations. Mr. Mansoor bin Ayub. Calling out Mr. Mansoor bin Ayub, please come and collect your very prestigious program. Mr. Mansoor bin Ayub is the recent qualified CSAA, the AAOIFI Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor. Which sector, which bank are you? Siraj Finance. Brother Mansoor is from Abu Dhabi, from Siraj Finance. Many congratulations. Last but not the least is our own dear Dr. Muhammad Al-Baltaji. He shall be collecting the certificate on behalf of Mahmoud Abdullah and Muhammad Yahya Muhammad on their qualification of CSAA, the Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditors. Many congratulations to both Mahmoud Abdullah and Muhammad Yahya. And of course, for Dr. Muhammad Al-Bataji to collect the same on their behalf. Mabruk to all the recipients. Bless you in this new journey. Bless you in this new tag, an important tag of skill development that has come in front of your name. Please make use of it, because this is additional responsibility that you have towards the industry. Enjoy it and feel blessed by it. Thank you very much, and this closes the certificate distribution ceremony. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ibrahim Khalifa, the chairman of the Board of Trustees AAOIFI, for gracing the occasion. This takes us now to the session 6 of the day 2 of this conference. May I please ask the housekeeping staff to put on the chairs for the panelists. Panelist, come at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the start of the 6th session of the day 2 of this very noble conference. The session sub-theme is Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in Islamic Finance Windows. Again, a very, very important topic for the understanding and further development of the industry. As has been the course of the action, we again have a very, very potent, powerful panel who will regale you with their thought process and experience sharing on the said theme. While the stage is now set, may I now have the pleasure to invite the very chairman of this session, Dr. Waleed Hijazi. Dr. Waleed Hijazi is managing partner and co-founder Hijazi and Partners from Egypt. We welcome you with both arms, Dr. Waleed. May I now have the pleasure to invite the very panelists for the session to set the tone. We have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Hamza Bawazir. Mr. Hamza Bawazir, please join the stage. Mr. Hamza is the Executive Vice President, Head of Sharia Division, Saudi National Bank, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Warm welcome on the stage. It is my further pleasure to invite our next panelist. Our next panelist is Mr. Muhammad Ali Alawala. Mr. Muhammad Ali Alawala, the Global Head of Islamic Wealth and Retail Banking and Head of Islamic Banking UAE Group, Islamic Banking Standard Chartered Bank, the United Arab Emirates. A warm welcome to Mr. Muhammad Ali. I'm very pleased to invite our next panelist for this very important session that covers enhancing transparency and accountability in Islamic finance windows, Mr. Praveen Manik. Mr. Praveen Manik, please grace the stage. Mr. Praveen Manik is Director, Auditing Department, KPMG. A warm welcome to Mr. Praveen Manik. Such a topic cannot be delivered without the presence of top fuqaha or Sharia scholars who know the nitty-gritty of the Islamic financial Sharia predicaments and Sharia compliance. And this session is blessed to have two of them. May I have the pleasure to first invite Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Qasim, Sharia scholar and Islamic banking expert, chairman and member of Sharia board of several Islamic banks in UAE, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Qasim. Please grace the stage. It is our honor to have you in this panel. To double up the Sharia aspect regarding this important theme, may I have the utmost pleasure to now invite our last panelist, Sheikh Irshad Ahmed Ijaz. Sheikh Irshad Ahmed Ijaz. Is Sheikh Ijaz Ahmed is here? Sheikh Irshad Ahmed, are you in the house? So while we'll wait for Sheikh Irshad to join in the course of the whole session, I would now request our dear own Dr. Waleed Hijazi to kickstart the session. All yours, and all the best.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. I'm very pleased to be with you today to share this important panel with, alhamdulillah, very learned and experienced panelists who come from different perspectives different corners of the industry. The topic of the panel cannot be more important. It is the challenge of enhancing accountability and transparency in the operation of Islamic finance windows. The topic is important, the panelists are experienced, and the audience are great and active participants, inshallah. So we welcome your participation at the end of the panel. We will try to cover the governance issues concerning the hierarchy of the Sharia structure, Sharia compliance structure within the bank. We will try to cover practical challenges with respect to the most, I would say, important challenge, which is the commingling and the segregation of accounts between the window and the conventional bank. We will also get some highlights from the management participants on what is the best way to try to adopt the standards that are available. And we understand, of course, that AAOIFI has issued a very important standard, which is standard FAS 40 to replace FAS 18, which further clarify issues regarding disclosure of non-Sharia compliance issues, and also the structure of the Sharia compliance function within the Islamic finance window. And we are also anticipating and long waiting for a very important governance standard, AAOIFI governance standard regarding Islamic finance windows, which will be issued, inshallah, in the first quarter of 2025. So without further ado, I will start the discussion with Brother Hamza, and then we'll go on with the rest of the panelists, inshallah. So, Brother Hamza.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-anbiya al-mursaleen. When we are talking about transparency and accountability, very important concepts in Islamic banks and the banks in any big organizations that are catering for societies like financial institutions. However, I think the most important issues that are related to this concept is the situation of the hierarchy of the Sharia division in the organizational structure. Because in order to reach the accountability and transparency, we need independence. So if the Sharia division is not independent, it will be influenced by the business targets of the executive management of any financial institution. So I think it's very important to make sure the independence of the Sharia divisions, their reach out to all the data they need to make sure to communicate the full picture to the Sharia committee in order to reach transparency, and hence then communicating it to other stakeholders like investors and like the clients who are dealing with the bank or with their financial institution. Now, if we give this kind of, if I may say, responsibility and power at the same time for the Sharia division, this imposes that the staff and individuals of the Sharia division has to be up to the task. So I cannot suffice with inexperienced, even if they are good in Sharia knowledge, it's not enough. They have to be well experienced in the banking products in general, in the strategy of the bank itself. Are they aligned in the strategy or not? we can see in the market that a lot of Sharia divisions, especially I'm talking about Islamic Windows banks, they are not involved when it comes to drawing the strategy of the bank. And the higher management committee meetings and all these high-level meetings that decide the direction of the bank. If they are not involved, they will not be able to cater for these two concepts, the accountability and the transparency, in the manner that we are looking for. So, in addition to the situation of the Sharia division in the organizational structure, the staff itself themselves, are they competent enough to understand the strategy of the bank, to communicate the strategy of the bank to the Sharia scholars of the Sharia division, and to involve them in the success of implementing the strategy of the bank, and to make sure also that the strategy of the bank does not, on the long term, lead to breach of Sharia quality in the bank. So I think these are two important concepts.
You highlighted two things, at least to me: the competence of the staff of the Sharia compliance staff, or the staff of the window, and also the fact that the window management are not really represented at the high level management of the bank, of the conventional bank. They don't have a seat. So these are two issues I'd like to come back to you on your thoughts on how to improve them. Okay, Brother Muhammad, if you can please give us your insights and then we move on.
Sure, thank you very much. I think Brother Hamza raised a very important point which struck with me, is that how do we pass on the right information to the Sharia scholars? Because for them to make the right decision, I think sharing of information is very important. And that leads to the topic of that how do we increase the size and scale of Islamic banking within a window? Because when we look around the world, we see many key Muslim countries, both in the East and in the West, and in the Middle East. And if I look around and look at the share of those Islamic banking in those markets, so for example, keeping Saudi, Sudan and Iran on the side, because mashallah they are on at a very high level. But if we look at some other markets, for example UAE, the share of Islamic banking is about 25% odd. Bahrain about 28% odd. Pakistan about 20%. Malaysia about 40%. Bangladesh about 28%. What do we see? We see the share of Islamic banking in the most populous Muslim countries is in the range of 20 to 30% on the average. 20 to 30%. What does this tell us? This tells us that there is 70% out there which has to be converted. So the real task for the Islamic banking windows, apart from governance, I take governance as a hygiene level, without that you can't move, right? So the governance is there. But I think that one of the real challenges besides governance is how to increase the size and scale of Islamic banking. Now, what is the tailwind? How does it start? Now, if two things happen, work is very easy. What are those two things? Number one, if the government decides that we want to achieve a certain share in the country of Islamic banking, like the way what's happening in Pakistan, government has decided 100% will be Islamic banking. Or some years back, Malaysia had decided that by a certain year, 30-40% of the banking in the country would be Islamic. If that happens, that's great. Second, if the management decides to convert the bank into Islamic, like we had our brother Yusuf in the morning from Faisal Bank, where the management decided we'll do Islamic. That's great. So if two things happen, government or the management, work becomes very easy. However, dear brothers and sisters, life is not as simple and as rosy as that. In majority of the Muslim countries, which I mentioned to you, and where I quoted the share of Islamic banking in those markets, neither the government nor the management has decided to make the bank or the countries Islamic. So what do we do? The people sitting in the windows, what is their role there? So typically what we've seen is, and I'll share the example of the organization which I represent, we go through an evolution phase. And what is that evolution phase is that we start off by saying, okay, one or two key products of this bank will be Islamic. So we start off with the most high selling frequent products like deposit products or home finance products and say, let's make this Islamic. That's the initial phase. Step one, you can call it. Step two, we say, okay, let's increase the number of products. We started off with 2 products, let's make 2 to 5, let's make 5 to 10. So we increase the number of products. That's the second phase. The third phase comes where you say, okay, now I have the products, now let's increase the size or the penetration of Islamic banking within the conventional bank. That's the third phase, where you say, okay, how can I sell more of the products? And then comes the fourth phase where you say, okay, can I do Islamic first? Can I tell the management and convince the management that can you say that when the customer comes to take the product, offer the Islamic product first? And then comes the last phase where you say, okay, let's do Islamic only. For some products where there is hardly any difference between the conventional and the Islamic product, can we just offer the Islamic product? So typically a conventional bank doing Islamic banking goes through these phases. And hence it is very important that for that small child who is just started to crawl, to make that child stand on the feet and start running and walking, it's very important to have the right regulatory support and the right ecosystem to make that happen. Otherwise, we have seen in many markets where such support wasn't there, Islamic banking could not grow. I mean, a very key example, Malaysia, Indonesia. Malaysia, 40-odd%, Indonesia, 255 million people, less than 10%. So that enabling environment is very important. And without that, the Islamic banking market is going to suffer. So yes, governance, definitely, it's a hygiene factor, but apart from that, I think a key challenge is how to increase the share of Islamic banking within a conventional setup.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad. So you talked about the size of the Islamic window within the bank, obviously, and within the market. It needs to be more visible and sizable in order to improve the practice and the experience, correct? And also the problem of the regulatory support and regulatory framework. We'll come back to you. I think there are some also important issues regarding that, the advantages, for example, how to structure the window. Is it better to structure it as a branch, a complete branch of the conventional bank to be an Islamic branch, or is it better to have the window throughout the bank branches? Brother Braveen, if you can also give us your insights, please.
Sure, thank you. Both the brothers have actually touched upon the governance part. I would want to pick up on the transparency, that when you talk about transparency, you talk about what kind of disclosures an entity makes, what kind of financial statements do they produce. That kind of brings trust amongst the investors, the depositors, and the public at large. So I think IOFI has issued this new accounting standard, which is a revision of the existing standard. I think it's a step in the right direction. There are certain challenges which I would say in terms of how certain disclosures would be made and how would one entity follow two set of accounting policies or accounting principles. So I think that because in the last when you summarize, I think you did mention that what is more beneficial either to have a Islamic window or a branch or a entity by itself. I think that part is more of a practical challenge that that people from the financial reporting aspect would understand that how challenging this could get, be it different accounting policies within the same organization, or it could be even between a subsidiary and a parent entity or a group entity as such. So I would say IOFI has done a very good thing of issuing this updated standard, and now it's up to the industry to adopt it in the right spirit and to do the necessary disclosures.
Okay, so I'll come back to you on the challenges you see in adopting this FAST 40, and also we'll talk about the practical issues in terms of disclosures, and also not disclosures of the commingling of accounts possible or any violations, but also on how such violations are actually resolved within the entity in a Sharia compliant manner. Sheikh Qasim, it is your turn now to enlighten us about the subject.
Islamic finance windows, if not emphatically, but effectively, at a scale of 6 to 4 or 7 to 3, with pros and cons on both sides. From a Sharia perspective, whether it should have been allowed or not, the debate was about the desensitization of the public, and maybe even the Sharia scholars who work or advise a conventional institution. Because this is not just doing banking, it's an asset, it's a mission, and it's a matter of halal and haram. So when you work in a conventional institution, you may not be very loud and clear in declaring conventional banking as haram. So this is it was a very important argument against allowing Islamic finance windows. And the second matter was the image issue. In the public, you go to a restaurant which offers halal and haram food both, because of the fear that you don't know what to be. The utensils, the kitchen is the same, etc., etc. So, at the end, why the argument about allowing Islamic finance windows has one practical is, I think, that the bankers, the central bankers, regulators, they thought that half day working for conventional and half day for Islamic finance. So these are, I just want to touch upon a few.
We will, Dr. Qasim, yeah, we'll come back again.
These are the main points from
Yeah.
perspective. So here are just I want to add one or two. So the first question is whether we allow or not. I think that has been kind of settled. Now the second issue is with what conditions. Those conditions are a bit vague. Now the regulators, AAOIFI, standard setting bodies, and even these conventional banks, they should come together and they should put in place certain regulatory requirements which would ensure that this would be a pathway to a future conversion of these banks.
Well, it is obviously a controversial, as you stated, a controversial issue, whether to impose an obligation on Islamic financial windows to become, under a certain time frame, become fully fledged Islamic financial institutions. Maybe that applies in certain jurisdictions. You can certainly say in jurisdictions where you have a robust Islamic financial regulations and a Muslim majority jurisdiction, of course. And then if you try to apply the same in Western jurisdictions where you don't have actually regulations, it might be a different story. So we have to, yeah.
The pros and cons of each one, as well as if not a full conversion, at least a prioritization.
Yeah, or a full segregation at some point.
Segregation is a must.
No, I mean from an entity perspective, from a legal entity. I don't know if the standard that we were about to issue, the governance standard, has even a recommendation for that. I think it does have some recommendations for this roadmap of conversion at the end. But I will come back to you, Dr. Qasim. Now, Sheikh Jaz, inshallah, will also give us his perspective.
Yes, working. Thank you very much. Yes, fine. Thank you very much. I think the question of transparency and governance and accountability for institutions that offer Islamic financial services are becoming gradually important. And I remember it is around 40 years back, there was a discussion whether Islamic business should be permissible for conventional banks with a separate entity, a subsidiary, or in form of windows. And I think after a very long discussion and debates, ultimately it was decided that the parallel banking system should be allowed for the benefit of the industry, because the transformation of the system is only possible gradually, not overnight transformation. So because we need gradual transformation, obviously we need permission of parallel banking. And the parallel banking simply means conventional banks offering Islamic windows. And from that point, around 30, 40 years back, we have different type of policies and different type of cost, different type of benefit and positive and negative effects of these policies of parallel banking or gradual transformation. So as our other brother and colleagues have rightly pointed out, that there are some pros and some cons. If we allow conventional banking to start windows, obviously there are some questions from Sharia perspective, from regulatory perspective, and from the trust perspective as well. People generally ask, how can we trust those institutions which are offering conventional banking? The shareholders and the management is ready for conventional banking, so how they will ensure the compliance to Sharia. So as we all are aware of the Sharia governance frameworks which are generally implemented in all Islamic countries as well. So keeping in view the basic component of the Sharia governance standard that requires some sort of segregation and segregation in funds, segregation in many policies, segregation in placement. I think these things are changing according to the different practices. And as rightly said by Dr. Qasim Saab, that we should see the intention of those who are owning the bank and who are running the system, whether they are offering two different products, they want to maintain status quo of two different products, or they want to change. And as rightly said by the chair, that it depends on country to country basis. I am from Pakistan, so if you look at the case of Pakistan, and especially after the decision of Federal Shariat Court for conversion, a recent constitutional amendment in Pakistani law for ending the overall conventional financial business, whether it is for banking or for non-banking and for the government by the end of 2027. So now different things are evaluated here. As a matter of fact, there was a policy in Pakistan that Islamic banks should, but preferably Islamic banks should offer Islamic business not through windows, but preferably through independent subsidiaries. But now the case of the conversion proved that independent subsidiaries, there is one cases in Pakistan where we have independent subsidiary of a conventional bank. This subsidiary is offering Islamic services. Now the question comes for this institution, which is a proper full-fledged conventional bank offering conventional products, how they can convert without having a Sharia board, without having proper conversion mechanism. So now they are thinking about re-merging, or at that time they segregated. Now they are thinking on merger of the subsidiary so that the conversion process can be enhanced or can be streamlined or can be effectively implemented. So I think these points are obviously matter of concern for those who are regulator. But no doubt the requirement for the accountability and transparency is getting important day by day. So, and we all of us are aware of the requirement of the governance framework, Sharia governance framework, that require the involvement and accountability of all those from the shareholder, from the top management, from those who generally think themselves they are not responsible for Islamic windows operation, because the responsible person for Islamic window operation is only the person who is heading Islamic business. But now, because of this type of increasing responsibility and accountability, now everyone who is working in Islamic institution, in a banking institution that are offering Islamic services, whether he is a conventional banker or the top management or the board, all of them are now held responsible. So I think the requirement for accountability and requirement of transparency is day by day increasing.
Thank you, Sheikh Ijaz. I think these are very important points. I think, yeah, you're right. The debate continues, the pros and cons of closing the door completely on Islamic windows, at least in jurisdictions where you have Muslim majority countries, you have regulations, you have everything ready for you to enter into the Islamic finance market the right way, if you want to say that. Or to open the door and allow growth. I can tell you, I'm from Egypt, and allowing Islamic finance windows to be, a way of offering Islamic financial products was actually a good way, because it really led to the exponential growth of the industry in Egypt in a way that it would have never been possible if we didn't have that option. So out of the 14 institutions that we have in Egypt, we have 11 through windows, 11 institutions through windows. The market now is about 800 billion EGP this year, huge growth, actually 31% growth over the last year, which has never happened in Egypt before. I think Dr. Biltagi can attest to that. He is one of the main contributors, alhamdulillah, may Allah reward him, for this enhancement of the role of Islamic finance in Egypt. Okay, now I go back to Brother Hamza, who raised really good points he named two challenges. One was that management is not really integrated. Management of the window is not, it doesn't have any influence in the overall management of the institution. It's not integrated. They don't have a seat. Should we have a seat for them in the board of the bank, or this is asking too much? I mean, we have, alhamdulillah, perspective, Sharia perspective, we have the auditing perspective, we have management perspective. So, Brother Hamza, what do you think first?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Walid. Of course, as much as you give authority and inclusion of the Sharia function in any institution, it would render a high quality Sharia governance in that institution. I didn't see a Sharia representative in the board, but I think if it is implemented, it will be better. But we're not asking even for this. What we are asking is independence. Independence means that the Sharia function is not influenced by the business targets of the institution. Because you all work in institutions. The business target is always distracting the control functions from their original task. Sharia is the most important. You cannot make it influenced by a business target. And that's why it is very important that we achieve full independence of the Sharia. Now, independence without integrating them in the strategy will harm the institution, because then it will become a full control function that does not consider the need of the institution for achieving their targets. So it's a balance. Sharia function in any institution has to be independent, and in the same time has to be involved in drawing the strategy. If we don't do that, either we achieve a model that Sharia is a hindrance for achieving the goals of the institution, or they are only superficial function. And I just want to give an example, Dr. Walid, very important example regarding transparency. Now, in Islamic institutions, Islamic windows, the books are commingled. Now, the stakeholders, especially the customers who deal with the institutions, they trust these institutions that they are doing their due diligence to make sure that their funds are not commingled with the conventional funds. But is this the case inside?
I mean, the books are from accounting perspective
exactly.
consolidated.
Exactly. It's one pool. This is the thing. But we really arrive at big problems when it comes to Sukuk Tier 1, let's say, that is based on Mudaraba. Because in Mudaraba, you want to make sure that the funds you received from these Mudaraba tools, whether it is Sukuk or deposits, that is only channeled to Islamic assets. Do we have that in place inside? No one is looking inside. The only people who can look at that is the Sharia function staff. And that's why I'm always emphasizing their competency, so they can arrive such...
But this is more an issue of their competence, right? Because it's not just an issue of independence, which I realize is very important, but also it seems like they're not really doing the job, right? The Sharia function is not doing its job. Brother Muhammad, from a management perspective, how do you give independence to the Sharia function of the Islamic window? They have their own Sharia board, right? They should have their own Sharia board, and they have all the other Sharia functions that they need depending on the size of the window. But how do you give them within the institution, how do you give them independence?
I think now the stage where we are in many countries, and as Mufti Irshad Sahab was also saying, that with the introduction of Sharia governance framework, the regulator has defined the role of Sharia within the organization. So for example, in the UAE, and also in other parts of the world, in Pakistan, in Malaysia, it has been since a very long time, Bahrain, so on and so forth, that what is the role of the business? What is the role of the Sharia compliance department? What is the role of Sharia review, Sharia audit, and the first line of defense, the second line of defense, the third line of defense? Whom would the Sharia board or the Sharia committee report into? And who is responsible for the Sharia compliance risk? So in many markets it's said that the board of the bank is ultimately responsible to ensure Sharia compliance within the organization. That's what the regulator is saying. So when the regulator has said that Sharia compliance is the responsibility of the board, then it's all settled at the end of the day. Then comes the responsibility of the Sharia or the Islamic banking team within the organization in how well they communicate and ensure that the roles and responsibilities.
But Brother Hamza is
done.
saying that function is not working for some reason. The Sharia function staff, their point of view, either they are not competent, which is a big problem, we can talk about it, but if they are competent and they are very eager to do their job, sometime maybe because of the small size of the window compared to the overall operation of the bank, they don't have a say in the overall management. They cannot, raise a flag and, say, well, we don't have accountancy, we don't have accountability, we don't have transparency, we need assistance, we need better reporting mechanisms. So how do you do this without overburdening the management of the bank?
See, again, it would depend on the culture of any organization. In some organizations, the role of governance and risk management, they give a lot of weightage to that. And any violation or there is just zero tolerance for any sort of compromise on risk and governance. So if you give that importance to risk and controls, which includes your compliance, your audit, and your Sharia, then that takes care of a lot of things. So for example, if tomorrow I am from the business side and one auditor comes from the bank, forget about whether it's conventional or Islamic, and an auditor issues some observation on the business, that stands. I have to convince the auditor that what is my side, or I have to accept that as an observation. Similarly, if someone from the Sharia department would come to my business and say this is a violation, this is a Sharia non-compliance transaction, I have to take it. Either I can convince that why it's not, or if I'm not able to convince, I have to take that observation and make the remedy for it. So it depends very much whether on the organizational culture
yeah.
and how much
in addition to the
importance you give to
culture,
that.
do you want the regulators to impose, let's say a provision in the law or in the standards that they must have a seat for the Sharia compliance, for the Islamic window management? Would that be practical?
It is practical, and again,
because they want to have this market, right? So they have to pay the cost of that, which is to give it its due observation and attention.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, Brother Praveen, now as an auditor, from an auditing perspective, how do you adapt? You're familiar with FAST 40 and all the other relevant standards for making sure that the funds are not commingled and segregation is there, and if it happens, then how to resolve. How do you guarantee that there is transparency and disclosures are happening on the violations that happen, which could happen in any institution, but then how do you deal with that problem as well? It should be revealed, right?
Yeah.
So what's your perspective on that?
So I think apart from the regulator imposing or implementing certain regulations, which I can talk about Bahrain, we do have the Sharia governance as a separate module, and there are governance requirements around it in terms of Sharia compliance, in terms of the internal audit, Sharia internal audit, so on and so forth. So that for us is the first kind of pillar which enforces the organization to have good governance. Second, of course, like Brother Mohammed said, it has to be the organization culture. So there is this internal culture within the organization which we rely upon in terms of the controls that they have set up internally. We as auditors would be relying on those controls and testing it on a certain basis in terms of whether the funds are commingled or not. And if such instances happen, then in terms of in line with the governance which is internally set up, whether these matters are escalated to the Sharia Supervisory Board, for example, and are resolved in an amicable manner.
In accordance with the Sharia compliance fatwa.
Yes. So that's how we look at governance and whether or not the commingling, etc., have taken place or there are such instances.
And from your experience, do you see an increasing number of violations with respect to Windows as opposed to, the full-fledged banks?
In our experience,
when you're auditing,
it is the market has matured for those entities which have Islamic banking windows. They, of course, the systems and the governance and the controls have sort of matured over the years. And you don't see violation in terms of commingling funds, etc. What you would see is very typical of a banking industry where you have a gap between the funding and application of funds. So because it's a complete organization you're looking at, and from the management's perspective, they would be looking at it as a single bank, and then they would go for funding options which are for the entire entity, and then you would have some sort of transfer pricing between the conventional versus Islamic. I think this is where we see the Sharia perspective also, that they don't want such kind of funding sources being commingled. I think this is but it's a market need, I would say. When an entity has to be competitive, they would go for funding sources, or they would go for application of these funds, i.e. lending or investing in a collective manner for the organization itself. I think that's what is very difficult to demark and run an entity in an isolation when it comes to a conventional entity having an Islamic window.
Yeah. It is a challenge. Dr. Qasim, what's your comment on that? As a Sharia scholar, you sit, of course, on the board of Islamic windows, right? And also, what do you see, what do you want to see, what is happening in reality, increasing trends, and also what do you hope to see?
As a matter of fact, based on my experience, whatever I have heard from other friends and colleagues and from market, I think when it was decided that Islamic finance should be allowed, it was with certain conditions. And I mentioned those conditions, but one of them was total segregation and full independence. But I think this total segregation, full independence, these two objectives are yet to be achieved. If we talk about Sharia compliance and independence of Sharia compliance, to some extent that has been achieved, but they don't have VSC or direct communication line with the board of directors. This is very important. And in certain jurisdictions, it has been mandated that the board of directors should meet with the Sharia board at least once or twice based on the size of the Islamic finance windows business. To sensitize the board of directors about Sharia issue, and also to raise if there are any Sharia compliance issue. But I want to emphasize another area which is underdeveloped or totally ignored, and that is the independence of the business. The business, Islamic banking business itself. I think an Islamic finance window will not be successful unless it is a mini bank within a bank, with dedicated staff, not designated staff, with dedicated staff in each and every function, whether it is credit, risk, and treasury, to ensure that the funds there, the deposits that they take are not siphoned to the conventional bank. And they have the independence to place their funds with other institutions or write assets if they really want, without being kind of broken to give money to the conventional
side.
So, this is very important. The system, the IT system should be totally segregated. They should be capable of mapping their products on the system without limitations on accounting standards from an accounting perspective. So it should be totally, when we say totally segregated, it should be
From a business perspective, from a business, not just the Sharia compliance.
as a legal entity, it is within that conventional entity. But as a business, from Sharia perspective, it has to be totally segregated. Now that segregation cannot be achieved by Sharia scholars. That has to be achieved by a very strong team. I think the head of Islamic banking window or division should be like a CEO. He should have direct line to the, she should be the editor of the management committee. He should have direct line approach to the board of directors.
This is a governance issue. You are on the board of governance, and I see Brother Farouk is taking notes of this, the independence of the business.
We come to the issue of whether we should have dedicated branches or full subsidiary. These may be idealistic, but I agree with you. It is based on my own experience also, that maybe Islamic finance was one of the best things which happened to Islamic finance. In one bank, you had only 3 branches. Once we allowed Islamic finance windows, throughout 61 or 62 branches, overnight, we were able to offer Islamic finance. But whether we capitalized on that opportunity or not, did we prioritize Islamic finance?
That's an issue, yeah.
That the answer is in the affirmative.
Sheikh Ijaz, also your perspective as a Sharia scholar, what do you think is needed in order to increase the independence of the business, even if we cannot reach this idealistic view of having its own CEO, and because otherwise it will lead to having a subsidiary. What you're saying, it is like a subsidiary, but you might as well just do it as a subsidiary. I think even from an accounting perspective, it will reach that way. So what do you see as a scholar need to happen to increase accountability and transparency in the performance of those windows?
See, I think there are two different requirements, 2 different things we should see. The first thing that we understand that we need a critical mass for Islamic banking in the system, so that many things when you target which are not achieved yet can be achieved later on. For example, the very simple and very common question of Islamic benchmark. And we generally see that until we have a critical mass, maybe it is 50% or 60% of Islamic business. Before that, we may not be able to have Islamic benchmarks, things like that. So if we look at the penetration, increasing the size of the Islamic windows, penetration, Islamic business, not saying the Islamic windows. So we need to give some relaxation. This is the first point. And the second point that we need good control, representation in the whole line of action or line of decision making. So in some countries, we have seen that they increase the governance requirement, meeting with board of director, becoming the part of the many managerial top management committees like ELCO, like audit committee and things like that. So by increasing these type of control, we can protect Islamic business to be very dependent should not be merged with conventional. But at the same time, if we focus on, for example, this segregation. For example, we have seen some cases where independent Islamic windows as compared to some conventional branches with Islamic operations. Sometimes practically and from financial perspective, this is a more practical model as compared to the full-fledged independent Islamic window, because the branch network and the overall distribution channels are generally available to big banks, big conventional, which are operating since 40 years or 30 years, as compared to Islamic banking. And establishing full-fledged Islamic branches in many cities, sometimes it has become difficult for them. So I think sometimes, if you look at these points, we think that the leveraging model is more feasible for the penetration, increasing the size of the Islamic window. And if we look at the regulatory requirement, obviously we see that some regulatory control, segregation, independence should be required. So I think this issue will take some more time, and we cannot decide something without having in view the basic requirement of the full conversion, because for the conversion we need to have some relaxation, and for the control, for the time we need some tightening. So it is a between tightening and relaxation. But as a matter of fact, we should understand that the Islamic business should be at least this much independent, that the income and all the Sharia requirements should not be compromised on that. So I think from country to country, we may have some differences, but as a matter of principle, if you look at the Sharia governance model and Sharia governance frameworks, this type of segregation and keeping independence, I think this is one of important and should be the target.
Thank you, Brother Ijaz. Okay, I think everyone is telling me that we have to wrap it up because we stand between you and lunch, but I'm willing to take some questions. We'll start with Brother Firas. If you want a particular panelist to address your question, please do so.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's more of a comment because I'm wearing two hats now. One is a board member of accounting and one as a regulator. Now, as a board member of accounting, and I would like to say that the accounting standard stated clearly that to be a window and to have proper allocation and 100% allocation of the funds and equities that are funding the Islamic products that are being served. So, and we use the term virtual entity. So if it's not legal entity, it has to be virtual entity and complete separation of the accounts and the ability to have either summarized all for reporting for financial statements, whether financial position or profit and loss and so on. So the standard clearly stated that, and if it's not like that way, it's not accepted by IOFI. This is an
improvement over the previous standard.
It's not accepted by IOFI. So it was clear to have this. And we took this step because, as mentioned, it's a proper method to promote for Islamic banking, to give some facility to have a window, because some banks need to test the market before it goes whether to convert or to create subsidiaries as full-fledged.
Thank you, Brother Francis.
Just one, as a regulator, I think as a regulator it would be some kind of a problem or some political regulation issue to enforce if you have a window to convert automatically within a term of time to Islamic bank, full Islamic bank.
Maybe in some countries, but no, that could be possible.
I think it would, as a subsidiary, it could be. So it could happen, but as full conversion I think
At least
it will
to
have
give them the option.
resistance. I hope it will
Give them the
happen, but
option,
it may have some resistance.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. There was a question here, brother. Okay, I'll come back to you. Behind you first. Behind you, yeah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafqat Ali Mehman. See, Islamic banking has been around now for more than 30 years. I just wanted to ask, because there's a unique combination of both business and Sharia experts sitting on the dais, what percentage of Islamic assets in the Islamic banks are murabaha and what are not murabaha?
Okay, thank you for your question. And you can, I'll take the questions first and then we'll answer them later.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether mine will be...
Your name?
My name is Salum Lupande, and I come from Tanzania. I represent an organization that is promoting Islamic finance, and hence I encounter these kind of challenges more often as an independent person because I do not come from any of the banks. So looking at Islamic finance at large at least gives me an opportunity to look at issues from an open mind. Now, the issue of transparency in windows reminds me far back in history, around 2000, when Islamic Bank was entering UK, there used to be a debate on two key connotations. One, a common kitchen principle, and another one is a value proposition. Now I'm building on the two. And that's why I said it's a rhetoric question more than a question. From the team, how do we see an Islamic finance or banking window different from other departments of any bank or service lines? I'll give an example of SMEs struggled a lot to see their way into the banks, as well as ESG, which is most current now in the market. At the time they see their way through, don't we see probably where we fail is a value proposition? The question you have asked many times to the panelists as to what has to be done to increase independency of the Islamic window, no one has touched on value proposition, whereby we should show the management or leadership that Islamic finance is bringing value to the business. That is one side of my question. The other side of my question is, can we adopt, or what is preventing us from adopting a principle of independency that is used most prominently in development projects that are financed by different development partners? They use a system of designated account. By designated account, what do they mean? I give you my money, and I will expect these funds to be in a designated account and be used and monitored, independent from all the money you have from all other stakeholders. Now, this brings us to the issue of system issue. Can't we have systems that can monitor from the very beginning? We already have standards that show how Islamic windows can be financed in terms of seed capital. And then from that point in time, where we determine the seed capital, where it comes from, where has it been put? We call it a designated account. And we keep on monitoring that to avoid the issue of common kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening comments and questions. There are actually comments more than questions. So I want to go back to the panel and give them the option of answering the Murabaha question first, which is, I think, is an easy question. Brother Hamza can go, and I'll let you answer the other, please.
Bismillah. Regarding the Murabaha question, Now this session is about transparency and governance. It's not about diversification of Islamic banking. So the thing is, doesn't matter. If the Sharia committee approves the murabaha, and all the position of the bank is a murabaha, my concern now for this session is, are we conducting the murabaha in the same way that the Sharia committee approved or not? And do we have breaches? This is what is important.
He asked about the statistics, in general.
هو هذا سؤال هو يعني هو ليش ما يكون في تنويع؟ طبعا most now look, the commercial bank model is not an Islamic model.
Yes.
Whether it is Islamic or conventional, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Now it is built on taking loans and giving loans, and commodification of cash. And these concepts are against Sharia, against maqasid al-Sharia. So the issue is, why do you see that tawarruq and murabah is the most prominent products that are offered by the banks? Because the bank is having the same structure of the commercial bank.
It accommodates the function of the bank
itself. If I want to change this, I need to change the infrastructure of the bank itself.
You need to change the
vehicle.
The vehicle itself.
Yes.
Okay, so very good comments. I think we did answer, obviously the value proposition is a presumption, it's an assumption that you,
but there's one thing
unless you have a value, you won't go into an Islamic business. Why would you do it?
I would like to add something to this. I think it's a saying that it is Sharia compliant, it is not for Muslim society. That's number one. And number two, since we have customized products for different scenarios, so if you are going to add a value, a very particular value for that particular segment of the society or business, if it is taken and implemented in letter and spirit. So we have ijara, if ijara is taken as real ijara, istisna, salam, musharaka, mudaraba, and we do not apply it blindly. We apply it specifically as according to the requirements of the situation. So that is the biggest value addition and also risk mitigation tool.
I think I'll give you a chance, inshallah, after the panel to discuss in more detail, but it's very helpful. Brother Muhammad, for final comments.
just the final comment is that the key challenge in value proposition is not to create a different value, but to ensure that as many products that within a conventional bank that we can convert to Islamic. That is the real challenge.
I think he wants to say what is the value proposition you're making to the management of the conventional bank by having an Islamic business.
So why what the value that we have shown is that why do you need to have two assembly lines? One conventional, one Islamic. Why do you need to do two sets of trainings? Why do you need to have two procedures, processes, assembly? Can't we just do one? In many countries we have seen, for example, in Malaysia, where Standard Chartered operates, all the retail deposit products that we do is only Islamic now. Only Islamic. And Malaysia, as you know, is a market where you are Bhumi Putras and you have Indians and Chinese. But all the retail deposits are only Islamic. What is the value proposition? We've told the management it is more cost efficient to have a single product. And a very small, our inspiration was from the fast food chain, the international fast food chain selling in these markets. And we thought these fast food chains sell their burger or their fried chicken to people who have a consideration for halal food and those who are indifferent. But they have not made two separate kitchens. They have not made two separate restaurants. One selling halal. So why can't the same bank sell everything halal? And that is the inspiration that just make everything halal or as many products as halal. That is going to increase the size and scale, and that will give you not just one seat on the table, but 5 seats on the table.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad. I think you would agree with me. It was a wonderful panel, very informative, very interactive, wonderful audience. Thank you very much. Hopefully the discussion to be continued. We cannot say that we will always be able to address all the concerns on all the issues. It is an ongoing effort, and inshallah, may Allah bless this effort and we continue the discussion, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the learned participants, the panelists, and the chair for conducting an excellent session for knowledge and experience sharing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very quick. Lunch is being served, and you're at your own will to go and join and enjoy a lovely lunch that is provided for you. Thank you very much, and see you after the lunch. Panelists and the session chair, please gather around for a photo. If you could just move to your right a little bit more. Fantastic. Thank you very much, and see you in around 1 hour, 40 minutes time.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات، سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك، نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك، نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات، سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges. Explore new horizons and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك. لأن أحلامك تهمنا، نسير معك على درب النجاح. لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات. في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية، مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years,
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the last session of the 2 days conference. It's about time that we are about to reach the end of the overall proceedings, and what a proceedings it has been so far. May I request everybody to come and join us in the hall and take your seats, please. We are about to start the last session of the 2-day AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank Conference. Please join us in the hall and take the seats. Those who are outside the hall, please join us inside so that we can begin the session and conclude this noble conference for 2024. If I could ask the usherers to please close the doors. All right. So we begin after a lovely lunch and re-energizing ourselves mentally and physically as well, inshallah. We begin the very last session for this 2 days event that was hosted by AAOIFI and Islamic Development Bank, the 19th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference 2024 in Manama, the beautiful Kingdom of Bahrain. Session 7 again hosts and holds another very important theme. It states leveraging participatory financing for sustainable economic development, governance and accounting challenges. It's a very full-on session that is actually hitting 4 or 5 targets in one go. And to do so, may I have the pleasure of inviting first the session chairman. Our session chairman is Mr. Ayad Asli. Mr. Ayad Asli, if you can grace the occasion. Mr. Ayad Asli is the General Manager in Islamic International Arab Bank, Jordan. What a great country Jordan is. We welcome you, Mr. Ayad. With the chairman all set, may I now move towards inviting the speakers for this great panel, the concluding panel that is going to discuss leveraging participating financing for sustainable economic development, governance and accounting challenges. First up is Professor Dr. Najmuddin. Professor Dr. Najmuddin, please join us on the stage. Professor Najmuddin is professor in Istanbul University, Turkey, another great country. Next up is Mr. Muhammad Farhanul Haq Osmani. Muhammad Farhanul Haq Osmani. Please grace the occasion by sharing the stage with all learned speakers. Farhanul Haq Osmani is the Executive Vice President and Head of Sharia Audit, Mizan Bank Limited, Pakistan. A great bank, on top of it coming from another great country. Last but not the least of the speakers who are going to discuss this concluding session is Mr. Rafiuddin Shikho, if I'm pronouncing it right. Mr. Rafiuddin Shikho. Tafadal. Mr. Rafiuddin is the CEO and Managing Director of Dinar Standards, United States of America, another important country. So you have United States, you have Pakistan, you have Turkey, you have Jordan, a 4-in-1 strong panel discussing a very strong and a power-packed punching topic to conclude the Noble Conference. All yours.
Excuse me? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وأصلي وأسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Thank you very much for the introduction. To admit it's extremely difficult to address the public who are chose to listen after the lunch and keep them awake. Because as you know, lunch, timing, and everybody will be a little bit feeling relaxed. But I feel that the subject we're going to address could drive some light into the discussion and make it more energizing and more stimulating. When we talk about sustainability, when you say participatory financing, you're talking about Islamic banks, basically. Because maybe in some countries, like in Turkey, they call it participation banking. They don't call it Islamic banking. So in other countries, they call it Islamic banking. But in the end, Islamic banking is participatory financing. And we claim all the time that Islamic banking is really a major contribution to sustainability. If we go back to 430 years back when Islam started, when the Prophet ﷺ came to the humanity with Islam, we claimed, and we still claim, Maqasid al-Sharia was based on sustainability. When you talk about Islam, you talk about sustainability. Because it was all about I'mar al-Ard. Maqasid al-Sharia stems from the very fact of improving, governing, building the land space where humans, species, animals, germs, you name it, are there. So we started with this motto and this doctrine 1,430 plus, 40 plus years back. Now, everybody is talking about sustainability. The United Nations have introduced the SDGs, which are the 17 sustainability goals of the United Nations. And the ESGs, which is the talk of the town nowadays, is nothing but including the governance and the environment and the social development into the very map of what will be the goal of the United Nations going forward. So when we claim that Islamic banking is sustainability driven, we have to prove it. We have to make sure that we have the means to go towards that direction. One of our colleagues at the previous panel said, what is the value proposition for Islamic banking? I can claim that Islamic banking, if it only goes in line with Islam, the value proposition is immense. It goes in line with sustainability. Real economy as opposed to subprimes and mudarabat and gambling and you name it. I'm not trying to compare here, but Islamic banking is all about sustainability. When you talk about sustainability, you have to talk about products and services that can drive Islamic banking into the avenues it reaches, to make it better for humans to live, to make poverty less, to make women more equally treated, to have products and services towards the clean energy, to have products and services safeguarding the interest of poor and make them less poor and make poverty something less of a problem. Clean energy, water, those are all sustainability goals. What have we done in Islamic banking to promote them away from just making money for owners of the organizations and making money for people who are already rich to make them more rich? This is all about sustainability. To do that, you have to have the proper governance framework. You have to have the proper accounting treatments, and you have to have the technology. I can claim that in the Islamic International Arab Bank, which I happen to manage, we have addressed at least 12 out of the 17 SDGs, and we have products and services that cater to 12 out of the 17 goals of the United Nations sustainability goals. We have products for the poverty alleviation, we have products for women empowerment, we have products for clean energy, we have products for better movement towards a more socially stable environment, and so on and so forth. I don't want to take more time. We are very interested in listening to our very esteemed panelists who have their contributions to that effect. We start with Professor Najmuddin Kazilkaya, who is the professor of Islamic banking in the University of Istanbul, who has a short presentation, and he wants to give us his insights regarding this important issue. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours, Professor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start to thank the organizer of this excellent conference, AAOIFI, and also Islamic Development Bank. So I will briefly touch upon two aspects of Islamic governance. I think without one of these, the other one is not impossible and the existent. We cannot talk about the existing of the other one. So, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. I will briefly share my thought with you about the ethical dimension, the ethical aspect of Islamic governance, and especially will focus on the past experience of Muslim communities and the knowledge that was produced by scholars in the past, and then I will, share my opinion about the theoretical dimension of this, the moral issues of governance. I'm not sure, but maybe, it might be very theoretical, so I won't, touch upon the problem of the industry and the current issues in the industry, but as an academic, I will just touch upon the theoretical issues related to the governance, Islamic governance. It might be, impractical for some or very idealistic, but as an academic, I think it is my obligation to do this. So, the basic principles of governance are usually considered in their regulatory dimension. This is not only a fundamental issue for today, but also for the past and for the past Islamic governments and societies as well. And the historical experience of Muslims in this regard dates back to the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam. So as a matter of fact, he himself, carried out the Hisbah operations while he was alive. After his demise, as you know, the Hisbah was, the operation of Hisbah was carried out by the four caliphs, and after them by the scholars or some administrative staff in the later period. So here the question, what does it mean for us that the historical origins of the institution of Hisbah date back to such an early period, to the life of the Prophet himself, and that it has been an active institution for centuries, and that there is a vast, Hisbah literature that was produced by scholars. That is, I mean, I took Hisbah as an example, but this question for me as an academic is very crucial. And what does the existence of this institution mean for us beyond, saying that Muslims also established good institutions in the past? So, I mean, I will not talk about the history of Hisbah or its principles and how it was functioning, but I will, touch upon like a few points in terms within the framework of governance. So, HISPA is, closely related to human nature. That is, I mean, it is the human nature to do, wrong and deviate from the right path. So that's why the prophets were sent, and that's why there are some regulations, and that's why we need some, regulative issues taken by, a government. So, and it is also necessary for human beings to be supervised from the outside by an authority, and we need an authority for such things. And I think for this reason, various control mechanisms were established in the past as well as today. And this aspect of human nature was tried to be controlled. So that's, I think, one of the main point in terms of the governance. And this was considered so important that the Prophet ﷺ himself checked the market, and he made recommendations to solve some issues or some problems he encountered right there and then. So his recommendations, and now we are using his recommendations in ethics, in governance, in other aspects of Islamic financial institutions. So of course we take his recommendations to people who were active in the market as a hadith now. So I mean, one example I want to mention one example which is very important, I think, a very famous hadith, man ghashana falaysa minna, right? Minna. So the Prophet ﷺ, he also checked the market, and he see that there is a, he put his hand in a pile of grain that was sold in market, and found it damp and from inside. And then he asked the owner of the grain. He said, "What is that?" The owner of grain said, "The rain caught it, the messenger of Allah." He said, "Why did you not put it on top of the heap so that people can see it?" So, and then the hadith that we always quote and we always mention comes: anyone who cheats us is not one of us. Man ghashana falaysa minna. So, I mean, this hadith goes back to the hisbah of that the Prophet ﷺ himself, the institution of hisbah that he himself took role. So, I mean, this example shows us the second aspect of governance. This is I think, the morality that we as Muslims talk about at the level of discourse, but have lost in practice. So, I mean, ethic or morality is important. We always give emphasis on it, but in practice, in the level of implementation, I think we lost this in our personal life and institutional level. And morality is the most fundamental principle of governance, especially when we are talking about the Islamic governance. And we always, talk about Sharia part of governance, but I think the morality is one of the common point for Sharia scholars and for the practitioners in the industry. So that's why it is, I think, one of the existential feature of Islamic governance and also Islamic ecosystem. I think without morality, external oversight will be incomplete. If we talk about the governance in Islamic institutions. So I will briefly touch upon two important dimensions, the qualities of morality. The first one is the internal control aspect of morality, or we can say self-control of morality. And it is, of course, you know, moral values or morality is about the inner world, or the inner dimension of the human being. And if this is not in order, there is no need for, I mean, if there is, if it is in order, there is no need to, you know, control and or the outside control of institutions. And if there is the morality in, I mean, the inner morality or self-control of morality. And it is, and of course, morality creates an internal control or self-control of mechanism. So I think the concepts such as, you know, justice, accountability, fairness, transparency, trust, business discipline are all related to morality. I mean, in the Muslim world or in Islamic institutions, we are always, you know, complaining about the lack of such concepts. But these are all related to, you know, moral values and morality. So that's why, I mean, we should go back and we should, you know, go back to the fundamental issue. What is, you know, missed and what is, I mean, wrong with our, you know, inner or inner world. So I think I don't want to go into detail, but unfortunately today the utilitarian ethics is, you know, shape our moral values or moral world, and the moral philosophy developed by some scholars such as, you know, Razi, Farabi, Ibn Miskawayh, Ghazali, and Tusi, and some others, they say nothing to us. They say nothing to us. Especially it starts from the, you know, early education up until the, you know, after graduation. So all the education is based on such utilitarian morality. For a year now, you know, we have been painfully watching how this utilitarian morality has dragged the world into a deadlock. So we all know this. And the second domain, I'm coming to, you know, the conclusion. The second aspect or the second domain in which morality is linked to governance is social control. And in a society of individuals with self-control, moral governance develops through intra-social mechanism. So the historical experience of Muslim societies, you know, is full of many examples of such institutions. Like many institutions were established by Muslim in the course of time, and these institutions, especially, on the one hand, regulated the functioning of the certain sectors or market, and on the other hand, they provided a moral supervision within these sectors. I think this is something that is missing, you know, today. We don't have such mechanisms. So regulation is maybe like we have full regulation, but how about the, you know, the institutions that are, you know, focusing on the supervision within the sector and moral values, you know, within the sector. I mean, in this, such professional institutions in Muslim societies were not only limited to increasing, you know, the market and market share of a sector or develop, you know, its development, but also they set principles. They set principles for the moral maturation of the individuals. Okay, that's, I think, important. So I think today we are distant from both, you know, these institutions and principles of the Islamic past, and do not think about how adopt their principles to the present. And in conclusion, so when it comes to the basic principles of governance, we need a look at the historical, I mean, we need strictly, I mean, very seriously, to look at the historical experience of Muslim societies. And the historical experience and principles of their functioning should be analyzed as concrete examples. But I'm not talking about like just, saying, oh, we had this, we had that. To, focus on the principles, how they were functioning, and we should take them as concrete examples. And also we need to talk about how these principles can be adapted to Islamic ecosystem, Islamic institutions, Islamic financial institutions, which is a global actor today, and we need to come up with solutions for ourselves and for others as well. If we don't do this, we will have to follow the solutions that others have created and grapple with the problems that it, I think, creates. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Najmuddin. I think it was a nice start to start from the outset of Islam when you spoke about Hisba and then you spoke about how to look at governance in the light of the Islamic principles. This takes us to another speaker who is Mr. Muhammad Farhan Al-Haq Uthmani, who is from the Sharia Committee of the Mizan Bank. And I'm sure you will give us some insight about the contemporary, if you may, challenges that might be facing the governance and issues relating to sustainability. Because Professor Najmuddin spoke about Islam, the outset, Hisba, and all this, and it's, of course, it is the cornerstone of the Islamic religion. But if to put things in practical notice, because I spoke to him before, because he's a professor, he's talking mainly about theory. Maybe being in a bank will make you in a position to test how governance was put into testing and upon implementation with the experience of Islamic Bank in Pakistan, which is the biggest, basically, Mizan Bank. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasulihil Kareem. Firstly, I would like to thank AAOIFI for having me here, and especially the audience, because it's quite challenging to be here, especially after such a lavish lunch on day 2. So thank you very much for being here and being awake. The important topic in the discussion that we are having right now is about the role of participatory modes in the development and growth of a financial system, and besides that, how we can achieve maqasid al-Sharia through the use of these participatory modes. I'm being asked to present a product which is very famous and popular, especially in Pakistan, and that product is called Running Musharaka to the audience today. But prior to presenting the operational and practical aspects of this product, I would like to mention and discuss, based on my experience, the philosophy of use of participatory modes of finance in a banking system or overall Islamic economic system. Firstly, I believe we all are and should be very clear that the benefits of an economic system should come from an economic system, and economic system is a bigger connotation as compared to a banking system. Banking system is part of a bigger picture, which is an economic system, and it is there merely to facilitate distribution rather than doing the distribution of wealth in itself. So we need to understand that banking technically means channelization of money. And this process of channelization of money, when being done in a Sharia compliant manner, this institution is called an Islamic financial institution or Islamic bank. Now, having said this, in order to reap the benefits of a Sharia compliant modes, procedures in the economy, we need to have the modes, we need to have the mechanism for an Islamic economic system rather than just the banking system. Because a banking system is here, on one hand, it accepts the funds from those individuals and institutions that have excess liquidity and they want to place it or they want to invest it. While on the other hand, they pass it on to other institutions or individuals who have the opportunity to utilize, invest, and make use of that excess liquidity. And then, if they generate profit out of it, they can distribute. In conventional side, they usually have just two products, that is, borrowing on the basis of interest and then lending on the basis of interest. While in an Islamic bank, what they do is, they usually accept fund on a participatory mode. And on the other hand, they usually use three kind of modes. The first one is the trading mode, whereby they trade with the customers and they generate profit out of it. Secondly, they give products, equipments, machinery, plants on rent to generate rental income. And third one is the participatory mode. So that's the operational difference. But the basic function of an Islamic bank is to channelize money. So from that perspective, we need to understand that this is just one product of participatory modes, usually used on the asset side to facilitate. Now, as a first step, this participatory mode is being used at the initial level to distribute the profit out of the profit being made by the customer, and subsequently, this is the beginning, and subsequently we expect that the profit will be shared at further and a deeper level as is being done, usually on the liability side. Musharaka as a key instrument in Islamic finance, and the core concept, as we all know, is a partnership-based financing model where Islamic financial institutions share in both profits as well as losses with the client, fostering a risk-sharing ethical framework. But besides that, there are certain challenges, as is the case with usually risk-sharing products, because the perception that the general public, with regards to banking, is that banking, by placing funds with the bank, it means they're risk-free. Technically, so we need to understand that, when entering into a participatory mode, there are some inherent risk and also certain other challenges like legal and regulatory barriers. There are certain barriers because usually the regulations, the laws related to banking industry are being made, keeping in mind that a bank is an institution that guarantees not just the profit, but the principal as well. So of course, one needs to face these kind of impediments and challenges. On the other hand, undocumented business sectors, especially in the developing economies that we face, usually we do not have very structured financial system there that can offer the exact scenario as to what is being done at the organization. Thirdly, there are operational complexities. Managing Musharaka-based products is complex due to diverse customers, business practices, and inconsistent financial records maintained at the institutions. Another important area is the profit and loss allocation, and accurately tracking and going into the operational details is quite challenging. Revenue recognition, recognizing revenue on a gross or net profit basis depending upon the nature of the sharing that we as a bank and customer agreed is quite challenging. And lastly, asset valuation, because if you are entering in a partnership with any institution, then of course, whatever assets are being bought in the partnership, in the musharaka, that needs to be valued regularly and its impact should be taken while distributing profits. As far as implementation of true participatory modes are concerned, we need to understand that we need to have a phase-wise approach to implementing musharaka. For instance, at first, we need to begin by partnering on gross level rather than going into a deeper level of profit sharing. That is relatively quite easier to calculate and understanding for the customers. And secondly, subsequent to that, there should be a transition whereby the profit sharing can be done at a net profit level. Running Musharaka product will enable the customer to draw and deposit funds against a running Musharaka finance limit offered by the bank as an alternative to running finance facility. Now, this is another important area whereby usually the customers, especially the corporates who are into the manufacturing or trading business, they are in need of liquidity and funds on a regular basis, but they do not know how much money will they be needing and at what point in time. So usually they look for a product like a running finance whereby a limit is being provided to them, and as and when they are in need of liquidity, they can ask for the bank to provide that liquidity, and as and when they want, they can return that money back to the bank. So in running Musharaka, the bank enters into a Musharaka with the customers based on the concept of Shirkatul Aqd, and then subsequently bank and the customers will invest in the identified primary operating activity of the customer's business, which means out of multiple segments of the business by any customer, usually bank selects a particular segment of business and enters into a partnership, a shirka on that line of business, which is usually very stable, having history, a successful history, and then subsequently they agreed on a certain level of profit sharing. Now there is a detailed mechanism to it. I might have to skip because of the time, the operational details, I believe. So, key features of running Musharaka includes, it offers a Sharia compliant alternative to running finance, and running Musharaka enables the customers to draw and deposit funds against a running Musharaka finance limit offered by bank. Payment by the client is done provisionally at the end of each quarter, maybe an yearly basis or half-yearly basis as they may agree on. Final settlement will be done after availability of annual audited account. And the reason for settling it on annual basis is that usually annual accounts are being audited. Quarterly accounts are not audited or reviewed, while half-yearly accounts are usually just reviewed, which is a limited scope review. So from that perspective, the final settlement is being done on the basis of annual audited accounts. As I mentioned, the facility limit is being calculated based on the average of inventory at the organization or the company is holding and the average of trade receivables that are there, to ensure that whatever limit that we have assigned to the customer is really the need of the customer, and the money that is being injected in that particular business is solely used for that purpose and not for any other purposes. There must be a limit to that. Subsequent to assigning a limit, we need to identify the cost of goods sold, which means we need to identify the overall cost. We need to identify the particular cost of goods sold, adjusting it with certain areas that excludes expenses which are indirect in nature and not directly related to that particular segment of business, like maybe stores and spares. It can be consumed for various other segments as well, repairs and maintenance, etc. Similarly, this is, we have presented it in the form of a table whereby we have identified certain expenses that are being taken for Musharaka while the others are not. The third step is the calculation of total average Musharaka investment, whereby the adjusted cost of goods sold is being multiplied with the inventory turnover, and the tenure on which the Musharaka funds are being invested plus the adjusted cost of goods sold is multiplied with the average collection period. So we may come up the total average Musharaka investment made by an Islamic bank. This is how you calculate. I'm not going into the details as to how to conclude or how to calculate the overall inventory, average inventory turnover or average collection period. This is the total average Musharaka investment, whereby we come up with the overall average investment that the bank has made in that particular segment of business of that company to arrive at the investment amount, the share of investment made by an Islamic bank. So once that is being done, bank and the customer have two different profit sharing ratios. One ratio for below the profit ceiling amount and the one for above that. It can be done because usually there are two aspects to it. Firstly, the customer is, and this is being allowed by Sharia standard as well, that you can have multiple profit sharing ratios at multiple level of profits. So at inception, you can come up with one single level of profit sharing, and subsequently, once the client develops a better level of understanding of musharaka, they can agree on multiple level of profit sharing as well. The running musharaka loss will always be shared as per the ratio of investment. This is the Sharia rule. Subsequently, the calculation, the sharing, the methodology for sharing of profit calculation is being done, that selling and distribution expenses related to the export or transportation of the goods will be subtracted from the gross profit to calculate musharaka profit. Now, this is the important area, and that important area is, at inception, you need to simplify this whole detailed concept. This concept is quite similar to the profit calculation mechanism that is widely being used by Islamic banks on their liability side, whereby they use mudaraba as a product at the pool level and they distribute it. While on asset side, when they use this profit sharing mechanism as they are entering into customers' business, whereby they usually do not have the pool management system or a specific identification methodology for any invested assets, then we need to identify a particular line of business, and based on that, we calculate the overall average investment, and based on that, we come up with the profit out of that segment at the gross profit level. Because at net profit level, usually segmentation-wise, net profit calculation is more challenging as compared to at the gross profit level. So, more than one Islamic bank may enter into a running musharaka arrangement with the customer at the same time within the facility limit. If the customer is doing or accepting the funds on the basis of running musharaka with more than one customers, then we may enter into a challenge whereby a bank is into a segment of business and another bank comes into musharaka on the same line of business. If that is the case, the customer may enter into such running musharaka with any other Islamic bank, provided that customer should not have a cumulative limit more than the capacity of its business. So we need to ensure that whatever is the investment that the customer is bringing in, maybe in the form of another Islamic bank, it should not be more than the capacity of its business. We need to make sure that. From that, if they are bringing in, then they need to take, consent of the other partner as well before the first disbursement in each musharaka period. Business unit is required to take information from existing limits and outstanding or running musharaka customer with other Islamic banks as well, so as to be well aware of the factual situation of the investments being made by other Islamic financial institutions. In case the customer availed a running musharaka facility from multiple Islamic banks during the same musharaka period, and the combined musharaka investment of the Islamic bank exceeds the total average musharaka investment of the business, then the excess amount will be treated as qard, and the customer needs to give it back to those financial institutions with 0% return, because of course this will not be part of the musharaka investments. If financials are not submitted within the due time period, then of course they can have a deferral, and we need to engage the institutions required, the functions to make sure that exact financials are being provided by the customer to the bank, to make sure that actual profit is being not just calculated but distributed to the depositors accordingly. That's how this product is being used by Islamic banks. And, from that perspective, I believe that, it's quite challenging to explain this detailed and highly technical product in maybe 10 or 15 minutes at this point in time. I've tried to simplify it to the maximum possible manner, but still there must be a lot of questions, regarding assignment of various charges and expenses to the customers, how we can, share the profit at the gross profit level or at the net profit level. But despite the fact, while keeping this concept and philosophy simple, if we do understand that, remember, corporate entities usually they do not have any religion. Of course, the people running those institutions, they abide by or follow certain religions. So from that perspective, when they enter into a business relation with Islamic banks, of course they try to compare the services and the products offering by Islamic banks as compared to their conventional counterparts. So from that perspective, what they have to do is they have to offer certain Sharia compliant products that are not just Sharia compliant, but at the same time the customer can relate those products with the conventional products that have been used to, and subsequently, gradually, with the passage of time, by educating the customers and the related team, you can bring them up to a more closer or more better or distributed modes product. With this, inshallah, the floor will be open after a while for questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad, for really trying to put forward a very good case for discussion. Maybe we can always throw stones at any argument and try to find faults in it. Maybe the most important fault or challenge would be what Professor Najmuddin addressed in the beginning, which is ethics. Because if you want to have proper musharaka, you have to have proper ethics. Because if you have traders who's going to hide their profit from the bank, there is no way on earth that you can detect it. Maybe Professor Higazi agrees with me, especially with the mindset of business people nowadays. The idea is very good and very nice, but the problem is that you have to have the checks and balances that could make sure that the banks will not be taken for a ride. Because maybe Sudan has a classical example of musharaka cases which went down the tube because ethics were not there, because banks couldn't detect profitability, and because traders insisted on showing losses. And this is where the money at stake, which is your depositors' money, will be subject to risk that maybe no regulator would accept. Having said that, thank you very much. It was a very good presentation, and maybe it's worth discussion and worth taking it forward to avenues where it can be practically implemented in a way that could also secure proper adherence and being watertight in terms of traders who try to escape from showing their proper profitability. The last but not least presenter and speaker, it's the last session after lunch and last speaker. God will be with you, Mr. Rafiuddin Sheikho, from CEO of Managing Director of Dinar Standard United States. I'm sure you still have jet lag, and this will add up to your jet lag. But I'm sure it will be energizing enough for the public, and it could stimulate questions. The floor is yours to address this important subject, and we probably can have some maybe 5 or 10 minutes afterwards for discussions and questions from the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Like I said, I have to make a special dua that hopefully we can, end this session with in an engaging fashion. So you've certainly put a big challenge for me. Just a little bit of a background about my firm, Dinar Standard, which will set the context of our discussion that we've had so far. Dr. Nashmandi, really enjoyed your perspective on the anchoring of morality in achieving our topic of the discussion, which is social economic development through Islamic finance, right, or participation finance. And Muhammad, Mizan Bank, a pioneering and exemplary Islamic financial institution of a leading but yet developing country of the Islamic world or Islamic finance. Hearing the structural governance accounting practices very instructive, the challenges, and I've learned a lot myself already. So I'll bring a very different perspective to add to this conversation, which is Dinar Standard, we are a growth strategy advisory firm focused on the global Islamic economy. For over a decade now, we've been advising investment funds as well as sovereign wealth funds, government policy on how to leverage the opportunity of the Islamic economy to achieve economic development. And a big part of it is social economic development. So what I will add here is, what is that social economic development? That we are trying to govern better and address the challenges of accounting. And Dr. Najmuddin, as you said, nothing without morality, right? How would we achieve social economic development through participation banking if the anchoring is not there? Mr. Iyad, you started by saying something very interesting, which is that participation banks, Islamic banks, if done well, done properly, done as it needed to be, itself is will achieve social economic development. So, but we're not there, obviously. So let's look at the facts, and I want to ask all of you to just think about something. I'm not going to ask for answers. Mr. Yad, you mentioned today we have the SDGs, we have the ESGs. If I would say much as a buzzword, right? MashaAllah, great to hear about the products that you actually have in place addressing. But when we look at the reality of the core global customer base of Islamic finance today, the 1.8 billion Muslims worldwide, right? And the Muslim majority countries that we're talking about, we are in a dire socio-economic pit. In most every sphere of those SDGs. Let's look at food insecurity. The 57 Muslim majority countries today have a net import deficit of $66 billion. And as Muslims, we consider ourselves foodies, and we have a very rich agriculture, Pakistan, Turkey, Indonesia, etc. We have a very rich agriculture base, yet we are net food importers. And highly insecure when it comes to malnutrition in terms of the quality of food. When you look at health indicators, the OIC member countries are some of the worst proportionately. Our customer base of Islamic finance, at $1.8 billion, is the youngest population segment in the world, where joblessness remains to be high. We have poverty that is at a disproportionately higher level than other ecosystems. So the fact remains that there is a lot to do to achieve social economic development. And what I would submit is, I think when we look at the SDGs, it seems as though there is a gap between the ideals of Islamic finance, the product structure, the Maqasid Sharia, excellent structures that exist, and the gap of connecting with these actual socio-economic needs. Even today, when we talk about SDGs and ESGs, I think governance-wise, it's, in terms of impact level, there is a big gap in directly linking to the specific socio-economic needs in our target markets. As I mentioned, some of those areas. We look at, I just came, Mr. Yad, you said about jet lag. Actually, US to, I was in Jakarta 2 days ago at the Islamic Economic Forum, the Sharia Economic Forum. ultra jet lag indeed. And in Indonesia, we were talking about 60 plus million micro businesses. Micro businesses, not even small, so they have a breakdown, who are the driving engine of the economy. But however, access to finance, access to Islamic finance is a huge gap. And much would be the case in perhaps other member countries, Pakistan and so forth. So what are the solutions that from an Islamic economy point of view or Islamic finance point of view, what is happening? Within the OIC member countries, as Islamic Development Bank and others and ourselves have identified the industries in which OIC countries, our core target customers of Islamic banking, are strong in. And one of the unique segments that's emerging is this global halal industry. And I don't know if this is the first time, but an AAOIFI event that says sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal ecosystem for Muslim economies. So, and I know sessions yesterday touched upon this as well. Just to give you some numbers, today the global halal consumer market of food, pharma, cosmetics, and will include modest fashion as well as media and recreation. We have sized this to be over $2 trillion in consumer spending. This is a significant consumer market that enables the Muslim majority countries to elevate their socioeconomic status and perhaps the gap to be filled by supported by Islamic sustainable financing. This halal economy ecosystem today, the trade that happens is about $220 billion, this is as of last year, annually, in terms of the import and export of these products. Sadly, the top 7 exporters of halal products in the world are non-Muslim majority countries today. So this is another area that we're addressing in terms of focused attention to, moving from the generic SDGs, ESGs to targeting which problems to solve. And that, I believe, will also help the Islamic financial institutions to focus their products to them. So one of the areas we're seeing is the Islamic fintech or even the halal tech ecosystem that's emerging. To give you some examples, and many of you have heard of some of them, Ethis Ventures from Singapore covering Southeast Asia, or Wahed Invest from, they're now in Malaysia, Dubai, and elsewhere, as well as fintechs. Some of the things they're experiencing, for example, Wahed in Malaysia, is they're actually being able to see addressing the financial inclusion in rural areas of Malaysia that they didn't anticipate. So the role of fintechs in enabling financial inclusion, which would speak to the need for social economic development. Ethis Ventures is now utilizing participatory financing to fund renewable energy projects and agriculture ventures through P2P platforms. And that is obviously helping to develop sustainable infrastructure development. However, these ventures are facing governance issues. As we're seeing, a lot of the startups in this space can benefit from the incumbent financial institutions' experience in governance. There are challenges in reporting, financial reporting, accounting, that they need help and guidance in. There was a recent report by IFSB on the participation, peer-to-peer financing and equity crowdfunding that are providing Sharia-compliant funding to underserved sectors. However, they identify challenges, unique challenges, such as in managing risk of the Sharia non-compliance of these platforms or cross-border legal issues. So these are some of the specific channels through which social economic development is happening, but they are struggling with not having access to capital because there's SMEs. As we know, a lot of the Islamic financial institutions, their risk profile and risk appetite is low. So there is a gap if we really want to talk about social economic development and enabling these these micro SMEs and halal ecosystem startups. They're high barrier to entry for financing. We talked about the financial reporting and accounting standard risks. Some of them are also dealing with operational vulnerabilities like cybersecurity threats and challenge of Sharia non-compliance, as I mentioned, disclosure requirements, AML protocols, so forth. So in conclusion, what I would say that while we are talking about the question of how to enable sustainable economic development through Islamic financial institutions, improving governance and accounting, and certainly those are areas that will enable its further development, it's important to focus on those channels of and drivers of social economic developments in the Islamic economies today to better suit and fit the financial products that can be delivered through them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It has been very enlightening. You touched upon being the practical dimension of how to address those issues and to try to tap on areas where certain entities can be supported to make sure that social and economic development can be fostered, and the challenges that those entities can face. This is extremely important. Of course, you're trying to basically highlight what other entities we can benefit from, but believe it or not, banks should be, the banks should and are the most equipped organizations that can contribute. Will remain with I think the amount which was said around 4 trillion. What is the total of Islamic banking?
Assets under management,
assets,
right, about
4 trillion, something like this. I think this is where the catch is. Those banks, maybe they find it more profitable to go for mega projects, to go for huge transactions, away from going into smaller tickets, because they are tedious, they are sometimes time consuming, and the return that comes out of them is negligible. I think maybe the mindset has to change here. You said you're trying basically to salute what we have done, but I'm telling you, those products which I was referring to are all profitable. You can always be socially and economically responsible and go for promotion of sustainability and yet make money, because I don't think there is any contradiction. There are multiple stakeholders whose interest has to be taken into consideration. Depositors are, owners of the organization are, borrowers are, and so on and so forth. So I think we have to establish some sort of strike a balance between all the stakeholders so that each and every one of them, his interest is taken into consideration. To that, I think here the boss is telling me that we need to wrap up, but after your permission, maybe you can take one or two questions. One question, who is the lucky guy? Oh, Professor Higazi, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Okay, Dr. Mohammed Salim from University of Bahrain. First of all, Musharaka is one of the easiest form of business. Our speaker, he said that it will be distributed according to the agreed ratio, and losses will be according to the investment ratio. This applies, this is not Musharaka. Musharaka is both profits and losses will be according to the contribution of each participant to the equity capital. And, and about the Musharaka, we don't have to make that much complicated. It's easy. All right? It's very easy, and in Musharaka-based modes of financing, we should make it even with the fintech that anyone who will participate will get through the what do you call instantaneously informed that this much profit is made and so on. make the net profit. And another conception of the bank is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Ahallallahu al-bay' wa harrama riba." So bank is not the concept of bank. Bank personnel, they also should they're participants, and they should be in the field, not sitting in the office and doing this. No, they will be also in the fields with the participants, and as a result, there is no risk because both participants, whether they are from a bank or from outside, they will participate, and there is no risk of losses or moral hazards or agency problems or any such things. So that can be minimized in this way. So they have to go outside the bank. They have to be working with the participants, partners and so on. And Musharaka is one of the most important mode of financing that was practiced during the time of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I think this concept will help this problem.
Thank you. I think it's more of a comment, but maybe you can...
Jazakallah khair for your comments. Let me clarify this thing. As far as profit sharing is concerned in the concept of musharaka, let me refer to the AAOIFI Sharia standards. That should be the base of our discussion, whereby profit can be shared as per pre-agreed, mutually agreed ratio. But as far as loss is concerned, the loss should always be shared as per the ratio of investment, which is the concept of musharaka, profit sharing. Anyhow, now coming to the simplicity of musharaka, I've been associated with academia besides being part of the industry, so I can relate to the concept and the philosophy that exists in a research center or a classroom, whereby on paper this seems quite obvious that we can agree on sharing the profit on a 50-50, 60-40, 70-30 ratio. But when you enters into a real practical life, now let me tell you a practical case whereby, due to shortage of time, I'll be summarizing it. Just on the liability side, whereby you have not many products, maybe 8 to 10 liability side products, but even then, and the total type of assets that you tag with those liabilities, usually they are just of 3 main kinds and sub-kinds. Even in this simple segment of the overall bank, is still the global Islamic banking industry is facing a challenge for an ideal software to manage these pool management and asset tagging issues. Globally, it's not just one country or 2 countries. So now, holistically for an organization, having just these few, maybe multiple of dozens of products mapping with each other and sharing profits out of it is a big challenge. And then when we talk about entering into a pure musharaka, which should be the case, calculating their each segment of the business, having thousands and thousands of clients on the asset side, and assuming that it is very easy to calculate profit out of it can be a wish, but practically it's a huge challenge. Let me tell you this thing as a practitioner. It's a huge challenge. But having said this, I personally feel that is the reason why I initiate my discussion and presentation with the words that you need to have conducive environment, which is a system whereby you do not have multiple books of account. One is for the tax authorities, the other one is for the owner, the third one is for the bankers. You need to have one single books of account properly reflecting the actual business. So from that perspective, as mentioned by Honorable Professor, the ethics needs to be built in by not just bankers, but by the business community as well. But overall in the society, if you have that conducive environment, obviously, inshallah, it will be very easy to enter into musharaka.
Excuse me, after your permission, I want to give the floor for one word from Professor Higazi, because there was a mix-up.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I know this is probably the last comment. I want to connect your very informative and useful panel to yesterday's comments from Brother Khalid, who gave us a very disturbing, I forgot the last name, but it was a very useful presentation about the wealth of Muslims. I mean, we make 25% of the world. We have about 28% or 25% of the wealth of the world, which means if we have the poorest countries in the world, if we have the most challenging economic problems in the world, that means actually something is wrong, right? Because we should only have 25% of the problems of the world. We should have 25% of the poor populations in the world. So that means we have a wealth distribution problem. We have access to finance and access to credit or financial inclusion problems more than what the conventional world has. And we should recognize they also have. They have challenges in community banking, in financial inclusion, but not at the same rates that we are having. I think we need to do more research and studies in this area. As Professor Najmuddin has pointed out, moral hazards and moralities, these are not unique to Muslim societies, right? We're not unique. If you have proper regulation, proper hisbah, you can reduce, and if you apply also the theories that have been introduced by theorists and academicians regarding moral hazards like peer pressure and other useful instruments and tools, we can get there. But I think we need to discuss this. We should have a whole conference just about this issue. How come we only have 25%, we represent 25% of the wealth of the world, but we have the biggest economic problems with the world, despite having Islamic finance for more than 50 years?
Can just respond to that quick? Okay, all right.
If maybe he wants to say a word.
I will put this as a challenge to actually AOIFI, Dr. Hijazi, and link it to the point about morality and ethics. You know, this is actually not rocket science. You know, we don't need to bang our head to come up with an answer.
No.
This gets to prioritization. It's very evident in terms of the risk profile of financial institutions that we're not lending to the, our risk profile is very conservative, right? So the question to standard setting bodies like AOIFI is, there's an equivalent movement in the West called, I don't know if some of you may have heard of B Corp, whereby every organization that is committing to sustainable economic impact within their bylaws, their stakeholder, not profit, institutionalized towards this, because that's the missing piece I would submit.
Thank you very much. We were hopeful that we were light and we could create certain discussion. Thank you very much for your patience with us, and we hope that this has been useful. Thank you, and see you later, inshallah.
Thank you very much to the esteemed panel. Thank you very much, the chair of the panel. That was a very, very enlightening session indeed, and it could not have ended with a very healthy Q&A. Thank you very much for a very healthy Q&A, both of you gentlemen, and a very powerful, lasting remark, my brother. I mean, focusing on a stakeholder maximization rather than profit maximization. That's amazing. It was a worthy ending to this session, is what I can say for the least. So thank you very much to all the esteemed learned panelists, Farhan, Najmuddin, our brothers, the chairman. Thank you so very much. And may we have a group photo. A round of applause to our panelists for giving us a very, very healthy discussion on the stage. Gentlemen, thank you again. And we are honored to have you and listen to your experience and thought process. This is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all the panelists yet again and the chair of the panel. If I could request the learned panelists and the chair to take your seats so that we can begin the closing of our conference. All right, this is it. We are now at that time of the day where we have to wrap up the whole proceedings. And as we draw this second day of the AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank 19th Annual Conference of Islamic Finance to the close, I, and on behalf of whole AAOIFI and all the co-hosts, the Islamic Development Bank, the Central Bank of Bahrain, all of us, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey that we have shared over the last 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been a testimony to all the AAOIFI initiatives, including this conference itself was able to gather a physical presence, mass presence of over 700 participants from over 30 countries. Over 900 witnessed this conference live through online participation. We had the pleasure of listening to over 40 speakers with their array of experience sharing, array of thought process sharing, and regaling us over the period of last 2 days. The conference was further enhanced and created by the presence of none other than His Excellency, the Honorable Rais, President of Republic of Tatarstan, the Honorable Mr. Rustam Minikhanov, and the whole delegation, further enhancing the value of our proceedings and our event. To all our partners, 16 in total, who supported us in enabling what we have achieved over the last 2 days. To all our staff, assistants, and all people who are involved at the back end and at the front end, who you see, who you do not see, thank you to all of you. And of course, what we have learned so far over the last 2 days, it cannot be said much more what the way the last session ended on a very, very instrumental note. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days, we have shared and covered a lot of ground under the theme of the conference to establish, develop, understand, and further the Islamic finance and leverage it further, not only for the current, but the futures of our generations and our nations. The most fabulous speakers coming from over 15 countries shared their expertise and vision for the future regarding leveraging Islamic finance to build a sustainable, efficient, resilient, and halal ecosystem for Muslim economies in particular. The discussions have been rich and thought-provoking, covering a wide range of important topics from regulatory frameworks to innovative perspectives, fintech, accounting challenges, convergence of Islamic bank sustainability, and so on and so forth that specifically aligns with the Sharia principle. I want to express my gratitude to our honorable speakers, panelists, participants, to His Excellency Dr. Samir Suwailam, to His Excellency Dr. Noor Ahmed Agha, the Acting Governor of the the Afghanistan Bank of Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, to all of you for their valuable contributions. Your passion and commitment have sparked meaningful conversation that will undoubtedly shape the future of Islamic finance even better and more prosperous. Of course, we cannot miss the AAOIFI graduates. To our graduates who received the honor of finishing the AAOIFI Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor and the AAOIFI Islamic Professional Accountant accolades, to our graduates, as you move forward, remember that you carry with you the knowledge and values that will guide your contributions to important fields. Being AAOIFI qualified enhances your not only skill level, but also the responsibility towards the industry. We are excited to welcome you on board, and we are excited to see how you'll shape the future of Islamic finance even further and better. Last but not the least, all I can say that over the period of last 2 days, the efforts, the outcomes, it is suffice to say that together we can foster growth, promotion, innovation in Islamic finance in a way that not only allows us for a sustainable financial solution and financial infrastructure and financial commitments towards our economies and our generations, but for Islamic finance to continue to flourish across the globe. With that closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so very much on behalf of AAOIFI and ISDB, and I look forward to seeing you for even better, even greater, and even nobler conference, the 20th annual AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank Islamic Finance Conference. Thank you so very much. May Allah bless you, and thank you for all the support.